Hey, hello? Hello? I got it. I got it. Okay, so... Oh shit! Something dropped. I don't know what it was. Oh god. I was trying to reach the mute button from behind my tablet. I was like, is it this button? Like nothing happened. I'm like, oh crap. What did I press? I hope nothing played. There shouldn't. At least there shouldn't have, because I don't have any saved soundtracks on my on my soundboard. Okay, I have no idea what I'm drawing. Alright, I'm eating boba. I don't really like boba, but they bought me some. Yeah, we're drawing. Hello, hello, welcome. Can you wait? I have to make sure that I don't forget. Do I do this now or like after the stream? Once the VOD is out, because there shouldn't be a description on a live stream yet, right? I wonder. Nah, as long as I put it at the end, I guess. I mean, I have it on the screen once I... Oh wait, you know what? It's there. It's there. Wait, why did it disappear? No, it's there, but do I have to play it? No, yeah, it's right there. Oh, it's because I minimized it. Does it disappear if I minimize? No. Strange. Oh well. Okay. I muted it. It should be playing right now. Is here? Ooh, rainforest music. Hi, Bobby. Welcome in. Welcome in. I have no idea what I'm drawing, but we'll see. Okay, let's see. Let me just adjust things. So, like my my desk is all messed up because I haven't drawn in ages, at least on my PC. I'm trying to make sure everything is in place. I don't drop things like earlier, which I already have. Wait, I routed it to game, so if I play this, it shouldn't be played. Yeah. Is that music loud enough? Hello, hello, hello? Yeah, it should be fine. Sounds right. Okay, you do this. I'm gonna mute that now. Alright. So loud on my end. Oh, I think mic, DSN, no, mixer, headphones. If I do this, it shouldn't be too loud for me, but it's loud enough for you guys. Is it? Did it go lower? Yeah, it should still be the same for you guys, right? Yeah. Now it's too low for me. I think the music changed, that's why. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough, doing things and actual drawing. First, I'm gonna change the background to not completely white, because that's gonna blind me. Oh, what's the buttons again? Yeah. We're gonna go for a cool tone. Cold one. Okay. Right. Merge down. How do you use Clip Studio Paint? Oopsie. I'm using the same color. Here we go. Okay. B. Watercolor. I lost my no, I lost my brushes. Oh. Oh, this one's bad. That was not bad. Oh. That was not bad. I'll just use that. Right. Alright. I can't hear this music. I turned it off for me. Good old gray. It's gray for now. Let me just like establish what I'm drawing first before I start talking about random shit, because I'll get too distracted and I won't actually do any drawing because I have pea brain. When I say cool guy, because that's how I tweeted it earlier, like I usually associate cool with like those guys with like wearing those capes with the fur thing on their collar and stuff. Let's see if I can do it justice. By the way, don't judge me with my this is how I sketch. Leave me alone. Alright, trust the process. I know what I'm doing. I think. Good old gray. I don't want... I guess we're going for a portrait. Guess that's what's happening now. Because I'm gonna have to attract people with my thumbnail on Twitch. People just scrolling by and all they see is man staring straight at them. We're gonna lure them in, guys. We're gonna lure them in. I've done that before. It was funny. Just the process. Look, I'm doing it right. See? Look. We're gonna lure the new people into the stream by showing booba and a pretty face. It's easy, guys. I was drawing a chicken nugget earlier and mom went like, looks like a I was like, boobs. I was like, you gotta draw the shapes. Those basic shapes, mom. Wait, how did your chicken nugget look like boobs? Is it this? And then you went like this? Alright. Must be a really good chicken nugget. Alright. Needs more fur. Yeah. More fur. More manly. Need to necklace or something. Make him look rugged and stuff. Look at that. Look at that. The necklace is a fang of something he killed. Yeah. Also, I want to see that picture of your chicken nugget. When you're done. Need to... I'm the master of art. I need to know how good this... If you've, gave that nugget, justice. Oh my god! It's beautiful! It's perfect! Wait, are these your bit emojis? I think I need to start giving you bits. So I can get these food items of chubbers. I'm missing out. Racket probably has monopoly on all those food chubbers. It's not fair. Yeah, the sketch is he's coming together. He's coming together. The sketch. And now, lower the opacity. Go for the next sketch. Anyway, I think I can start talking about it. Added some more texture with a work, but I'm lazy with pixels. I mean, you just go for a bit of cell shading. Cause he does. Oh my god, that's amazing. It was this. Oop, hi Onyx. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just gonna start talking. Anyway. So like it all began. So it all started like, well, technically my whole hiatus started like last year on September, like mid-September. But like the very first surgery I ever had was like 2 years ago, like along the end of my bachelor's degree. So like when everything was really hectic and I was we were in the process of animating our last project, which was like I think 80% of our credit that year. This is the last year and we're just focusing on one thing. And I took it upon myself to do like a lot of animating, which of course I couldn't do because I got sick for the first time. Back then I thought everyone thought it was just nothing, probably a one-time thing. I like out of nowhere I was like working on my stuff. I never sent you much of the art I used to make. Well, you should. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was in the middle of like doing all-nighters, just working on my stuff. And suddenly one morning, like I was having difficulty sitting. Like I couldn't sit straight, like something was uncomfortable in between my nether regions. I'm sorry for being a bit graphic. I'm not gonna be too graphic with this story, by the way. So I'm like, oh, probably just super tired because I'm pulling all-nighters like almost every night. This was during lockdown, so I was at home all the time, just drawing, doing my stuff in my room. And like as days passed, so to the point that I couldn't like at first I couldn't sit like for too long, and then I couldn't walk comfortably, and then I couldn't stand at all at that point because so much it was building up basically. And to a point that like I'm like, oh, what's happening to me? Like, did I like get nerve damage or something from sitting too much? And I'm like one of those people who are like, I'm not going to the hospital or like getting checked unless I'm dying kind of person. So until one day I started getting like faint and almost fainted. It took me until to the part that I could barely walk, that I have to lay down like all day, and to the point that I get faint and nearly fainted. Like I literally thought I was like gonna pass out, which I almost did. And my mom finally went like, we're gonna get you checked. because this isn't normal. And so when the listen, but I must spam you a bit with pigs. Okay. I have it. My phone's right next to me. So so I went to the GP. That's what we call for like general practice. Like those doctors and stuff. And sheesh, Bobby, that's a clean liner. Holy crap. Oh, dude, that's... Dude, the dots. Oh my god. I love me some dot shadings. Oh, that looks so good. Dude, why'd you stop? It's so good. What the fuck? It's so clean. Anyway, so I finally got to the hospital. To the GP, to my family doctors. And so they did the checkup. Like at first, because I went there and they thought I suddenly like started like running a fever while I was in the waiting room. So they checked my temperature. So when they thought I had a fever, they got cautious because it was COVID. Like it was COVID time. It was during the spicy cough pandemic. And it took me a while to get seen by my GP because they had to suit up in case I had it. Which I didn't, by the way. And so she checks me over. She had to do a thorough one because she had to see and she couldn't see anything from her point of view, and she's not qualified to be doing any internal checks. So best bet is she got me to go get a what was it, an X-ray and a blood test. Yeah. But I couldn't go. I tried going for the X-ray first because it's the easiest, because my mom was working from home and had to go back fast, but she wanted to do one at least. And I couldn't go to it because I had a pending COVID swab. So I had to wait for that result before I could go get those tests. But luckily I got the result like the next day. Thank you. Sorry. Anyway, that's fine. That was really cool, Bobby. And so I got the result luckily the next day. And the moment I got the result, I told my mom like, oh yeah, let's go get a blood test since it's like closer. At that point, it's closer to us compared to when we were outside already for a GP. And we went like that moment. And again, the results of my blood test showed up the next day. Cause like here, I don't know how it is in other places, but if there's nothing in your results, no, they won't say anything. Like they won't even bother sending a report or anything if there's nothing wrong with you. But with me, of course they found something. And they sent it straight to my GP, and my GP like instantly gave me a call because it was bad. And she was like, so she called my phone, but like the moment I answered, she was like, oh, can you oh hi Angela, oh hi, can you like can you give your Betty, can you give your phone to your mom? And I was like, okay. Wait, my phone is, wait, I'll move my webcam, hold on. I was like, why you gotta be my mom? And I'm like, wait, let me calibrate this. So I just didn't bother because I was already like in a lot of pain, and I just gave my phone to my mom, and she was like, and my mom it wasn't a long phone call either, because he was just like, I was watching, my mom was like, okay, sure. and like she was just like, get dressed. I was like, get dressed, we're going back to the GP, he wants to see you, you're going to the hospital. And like, okay. At that point, that was like the very first time I was gonna get admitted to the hospital ever since I moved here to the New Zealand. To New Zealand. Hold on, I need to recalibrate my thing because I moved my anything. Hello, it's me, Benny. Calibrate. There we go. That should be fine. There you go. So yeah. Hello? 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 Not getting my mouse anymore. Wait, hello? Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Anyway. Huh? Is it the lighting? Wait, oh shit, it's so dark in my room. Hold on. Wait. Yeah, should be able to see me now. Hello? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So, what happened was... Wait, I can't hear. I'm trying to get my earphones back. So, yeah. Like, yeah, we're going to the GP and she wants you to get admitted and stuff. And at that point, I couldn't sit anymore. It was more comfortable, like, standing. So she did a double check to see if she could see anything. Of course, she couldn't see anything. So, she said, oh, so they found high... Your white blood cell count is very high. You're having an infection. I'm like, ah. So I was basically being poisoned. That's why I was having fainting spells. And yeah, so that was my first admission to hospital. Oh god, it was painful too. Once the anesthesia ran out, oh god, it was so painful. Yeah. It's like, hello. Having a hard time detecting me speaking. What if I do this? Hello. Did I fuck up my OB? No, I fucked it up. Hold on. Hello. Okay, you know what? Well, let's just keep it like that. It doesn't like me putting it too low now. Anyway, so so in that first admission, they had to give me a CT scan to check on me, because an actual doctor who specializes on my issue actually gave me an exam with her hands. Yeah, let's just say that. God, also, why they all gotta look so fine? I swear every single I was like, what's their secret? Why do they look so good? They all do, for some reason. Like the nurses, the doctors, like, I don't know if it's because I'm not picky, but they all look good in some way. So yeah, she gives me a check. She couldn't find anything in her end. I mean, she went in there. This is true. See, it's like I know you're about to check me over, but I'm so sorry you have to do this. I hope you have a better day after this. They were nice about it though. They were like, "Don't worry, I've seen way worse things." I'm like, "Thanks." And so yeah, she couldn't find anything in her end. So at that point, please take my blood, nurse. I wish it's blood that they took only, and not my dignity. This is me not making light of it, but at this point, after this whole journey of me trying to get getting hospitalized and stuff, especially since the last year, I have zero dignity. I can get naked anytime I want and let anyone see my body, and I would not care. But that's not an excuse of me giving naked pics. I still have decency. I may not have dignity, but I have decency. So yeah, they really wanted to avoid giving me a CT scan because I was young and they didn't want me to be exposed to radiation. But they had to at that point because none of them can see anything, and I was being poisoned that very moment and stuff. And at the same night, luckily enough, because they made it into an emergency, they got like the overnight team to actually like give me the CT scan, and then the same night I got the result, and the doctor like came back and told me what it was. They says, "Oh, you have an abscess. You have an abscess building up inside you." I was like, "A what?" So essentially, it's basically a pimple, but instead of it being in the surface of your skin, it was inside, in between my muscles, the lines of my muscles, building up there and causing too much pressure, and that's what's causing me to be uncomfortable. And the only way to get rid of that, and they luckily enough, it's not a new thing or anything, and I wouldn't say common, but it happens. But at the same time, it was basically foreshadowing at that point. But everyone just kind of hoped that it was just a one-time thing. Because abscesses form because your intestine, something within your intestine is damaged and healing itself, and it's taking a lot out of you to heal it, and it's causing too much buildup. Because of it, it's causing too much and too fast buildup that your body's not able to absorb all that infection too fast enough, so it builds up. So that's basically what happened to me with my with the abscess in the first time. So they drained it out, but the thing is, when an abscess is drained, they drain it and they keep it open, the wound, so it heals as it closes on its own. And holy crap, it hurt. Mostly because I refused, because they gave me painkillers, of course. It's just that, yeah. So the surgery itself probably wouldn't have hurt. It didn't hurt, but like the moment I got out of surgery, like I felt great. Like the pressure's gone, of course, and I could sit. That is until the anesthesia ran out. It wore off, and that's when I was hit by all the pain. And they gave me painkillers, like strong ones. But like during that time, it was the first time I've ever had that painkiller, and my body's not accustomed to it. So the first few days of me taking it, So it said like 2 every 6 to 8 hours, but you can only eat like drink 8 of them in 24 hours. So I'm like, oh, okay, as long as I just drink like 2 every 6 hours, I should be fine. But the thing is, my body is not accustomed to it, and I was in a lot of pain, so I just kept making sure I was on time with pills and stuff. And that's when it hit me. I started having bad side effects to it, and I was in a lot of I started having anxiety attacks every night. Like, I felt like my heart was beating so fast that I would pass out. Oh, how's the drawing going? A bit of a long tap. Wait, what? Oh, Mitsu! Welcome in! You're a VIP, but... Huh? Wait. Oh, Lazy! Oh, shit! I was like, who? Welcome in, Lazy. I'm just... catching up with people. It's okay, I was like, who? Bobby, can you give Lazy Mitsu a shout out for me, please? Thank you. Anyway, yeah, I'm just rehashing on what's going on with me, what went down basically. welcome in. I was so confused. I was like, oh shit, I feel like a dickhead not knowing who you are. Oh god, thank you for that shout out. Anyway, where were we? So yeah, I started having anxiety attacks because of the painkillers. It's a controlled drug here in New Zealand. Like, they don't just give it to anyone unless it's super necessary. And yeah, my mom had to be there to like take care of me throughout the whole time. Good thing she was working from home. But man, the way our house was built actually back then, oh my god, it was horrible. Like, okay, so our house was essentially built like this, right? Like this. And then there's stairs that goes up, and another stairs that goes like this, that goes up, because it's sectioned into two houses. Because it's before it was meant to be that house was meant to be a 2-house thing. Like, this one was the first house, and then the other one is the second house, and it has a loft where a big bedroom is, and there's a shower toilet in here. And then with this one has like 3 rooms, 1 big one, 1 medium-sized one, and one really small one that's meant to be an office, I guess. But like, and the stairs come from here, and then there's a shower toilet here. And this is room 1, room 2, room 3. This room was super small, but it's meant to be just like some kind of office or something, but because there was like 4 of us at a time, so it became a house. Another room for my brother. I haven't told you about the rebrand, but I'll tell you off stream. Thanks. So and then the other side of the house, this is the top floor. This is the top floor, by the way. It's 2 floors. So this whole part here is a giant loft, and there's a shower here. The shower toilet here, and this is basically became the master bedroom when it became 1 house. And my room is this one, and my mom's room is this one. So if I have to go to her to like make sure she can redress me, okay, when I say dressing, the abscess that I got was a peri-anal abscess, meaning it's in there. It's next to the hole. So there was a hole next to my hole, basically. So I can't dress it myself, so she had to do it. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. Please don't clip anything from this stream. So yeah, so if I had to go and like go toilet, every time I have to go toilet, I have to get redressed, like, and stuff. I just walk into, hi, me. It's story time. How I've been sick and stuff. Anyway, so this is my room. So every time I have to go to toilet, I have to go to her, basically. I have to imagine with me unable to walk properly and in pain whenever I'm standing up. I have to walk all the way from my room down here, down the stairs, over here, and then climb the stairs and get to the toilet fast enough. Get to this room basically fast enough. And then my mom will dress me right after. It's pain. And then I have to walk all the way back to lie back down. I mean, there's a shower here and stuff, but my mom has knee issues. So, yeah. Is as D&D journey. I have to take a break before I could go back to my room. Anyway, yeah. So that's what's happening. So that was my issue in the my first surgery. And because of the pills, because I was having like panic attacks from it and stuff, I made a decision to stop taking them while I was in a lot of pain. I chose the pain over the mental pain. Basically, it wasn't fun. It wasn't. I hated it, but I hated not being able to breathe properly more. Just got, yeah, it took a long time, but yeah, I'm finally here. But yeah, so that was my first surgery. What happened in my first surgery? So I hated it. I had to catch up on a lot of work right after. Like, I haven't even fully healed before I started to go back to uni, because by the time I got better enough, lockdown ended here in New Zealand. Because if you guys don't remember, New Zealand like basically had the first lockdown only lasted like, I mean, was it like 3 months or a month? But it was really short because our prime minister decided to basically go on a full lockdown after 100 cases came up. But yeah, which was great because we can afford to like give people money. And yeah, so by the time I got better, lockdown ended and we were allowed to go back to campus. I've just almost healed, just enough that I can take care of myself and not have to have too much dressing, and went back to uni. But like, yeah, and it wasn't until like, I thought that was it. I thought that was the end of that and stuff, and clearly it wasn't, because a year later, when I finished uni, passed my degree and stuff, and I was back to working, because I just wanted to work and like do art and stream on the side, because I don't want like a high position or anything. I just want to chill, you know. And what do you call this? It wasn't until a year later since that day, I got sick again. Was it a year? I think it was a few months, because it also happened around September, when my first stoma surgery. Not stoma surgery. Fuck. Abscess surgery. It wasn't until like February, a year after, when I got The second one. Hi, Meme. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to story time. I'm just talking about what happened, what's been happening to me, and how it happened and stuff. And I think it was the beginning of last year. Let's just say beginning of last year, because I think it was I think it was February. And I was working, and suddenly I get that familiar feeling. Oh, it happened when I got my booster shot for COVID and stuff. And I got my booster shot, and in the middle of the day after my booster shot, I felt that familiar feeling of not being able to walk properly. And this one happened way faster than the first one, because the first one, it took like a week before it started like being so painful that I couldn't walk. It literally happened the next day after my my booster shot, and I was sick from the side effects. And I had to go it was the same doctor, and she basically knew the history of my thing. And wait, before that, the moment I like healed from my first surgery, I was scheduled for a colonoscopy to get a better look at my intestines, because that's where abscess is connected to make sure that I'm not there's nothing as bad, like worse, happening inside and stuff. By the way, prepping for a colonoscopy is fucking horrible. You have to prep. You have to make sure your bowels are clean and stuff, like very clean. So they gave you this drink. Oh god, that drink is like, it's with water, and the water is like, it turns like a bit white and nectary consistency. And like, wait, hold on. And like, I had to drink 2.5 liters of it, and I'm like, oh god, it's basically a bottle of Coke, a big bottle of Coke. Hi Obsidian, welcome in. And oh god, I think I only got through, like, I have to drink it every 5 minutes. 2 hours before the checkup. You drawing just a dude while I tell the story of what went down and stuff, and from the beginning basically. And yeah, 2 hours before the checkup, I had to drink that concoction, like 2.5 liters of it, all of it. But I'm pretty sure, so I was drinking like a cup of it every 5 minutes, and I would chase it with some iced tea. Because I'm allowed, like, iced tea's allowed, basically. Iced tea's allowed, because as long as it's a drink that doesn't stain your bowels, you can drink it. It's a lot, yeah, it is. Because the thing is, I could only get through two liters because my body started rejecting anything coming into my mouth. Oh god, it was horrible. I hated it. I hated the taste. It tasted like milk, but the milk is clear, almost clear. It's like water, but a bit hazy. How much? I had to drink a cup of it every 5 minutes. It was so gross. Clear milk. Yeah, and then after like the third drink, because you had to fast the day before, so at that point your stomach's kind of empty, and you have to stop eating food that has that's high fiber, and it will stain your your innards basically. So I only clear water and like no fiber basically. And I just basically didn't eat after for like 12 hours before. And like after the third the third cup, that's when they started exiting. So every time I would take the drink, right after drinking, I go straight to the toilet, and I only have 3 minutes to prepare myself for the next drink. Oh god. But yeah, after and the thing is, they told me when I get the colonoscopy, I have to. They told me I could do it asleep. So I was like, okay, cool, I'm cool with this. But when I got there, and because the hospital is like fully booked, so they booked me in this private screening place instead, because they needed it. And that place is nice though. It was really nice. They have toilets. It was really clean. And so they led me to this room. I got gave me a robe and stuff. And when I got there, the nurse lady, she was Filipino, and then she saw me and she's like, oh, why are you getting this and stuff, like, oh, this happened at a surgery. It's like, oh, you're so young, poor you and stuff. And she was telling me how like, oh, like, good thing you've never been pregnant, like because she asked me if I've ever been pregnant, because they need to be prepared for that. Because apparently when you get pregnant and give birth, the alignment of your intestines get messed up. That's why when ladies give birth, afterwards they're kind of like out of sorts, because their insides got rearranged basically to accommodate a human child. Made you do a gallon child support procedure. Never knew that. Yeah. So they were like, oh, okay, cool, so this should be like a smoother experience for you and stuff. I was like, lady, I'll be asleep, I ain't experiencing shit. And it's just like, oh, no, you'll just be numbed. I'm like, I'm awake. I'm gonna do this awake. She's like, yeah, because they'll have to put me if I'm gonna pass me out, they're gonna have to. It kind of made sense. I should have known, because if they're gonna make me pass out, they're gonna have to use anesthesia, and they're gonna need a team there to make sure I'm fine throughout the procedure. Because when you fall asleep, you're just numb. Like, if you somehow start puking, you're not gonna wake up. You're not gonna wake up. Like, usually if you puke in your sleep, you'll wake up and like be able to stop anything from going into your lungs. But if you're under anesthesia, controlled anesthesia, you're not gonna wake up, and you'll choke and die. And I'm like, shit, I have to do this awake. That's so glove. Oh, you're gonna be awake. You're gonna be awake, honey. Shit. And I was just like, oh, okay, cool. Oh shit, Leaf. Oh, wait. I don't have the sauce. Hold on. Thank you for reminding me. Sound alert. And I believe it's that one. But let me play that for you. Hold on. Sorry, homie. Welcome, Leaf. Bobby, can you shout him out, please? And Leave, when you can shout out Bobby. Chubbers McClubbers. Shout each other out, my mods. Here you go.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye. You understand?
That would have been perfect. I'm sorry, Leaf. Oh wow, thank you, Leaf. Thank you for shouting me out to myself. I appreciate it. Guys, if you haven't followed me yet, please follow me. I am letting you guys know what happened to me during a colonoscopy. Anyway, so of course I was like, this is indeed going to be an experience. Oh fuck. I was like, if that day wasn't getting any worse and worse. Oh, all right, Bobby. Yeah, if you guys just press that little heart button at the top there, that'd be great. Thank you. And so I get into the room. By the way, that doctor was so good at finding a vein on my hand. Like, hands are annoying to find veins in. Like, especially with my hands, the veins in my hands are not visible. Especially if I haven't drank too much. Then again, I drank a lot that day. I drank a lot of water that day. But yeah. Like, but man, the anesthesia that he had, it's like anesthesia that's not enough, that's like not enough to pass you out, just like numb you. And yeah, he got in there. The thing is, I watched it. They had the television of the camera in front of me because he has to look at it too. So he was watching it and I was watching it, and I'm like, and I see him pinching things in my so there's the camera and there's this little stick as well that has a claw that travels in throughout my whole intestine, and he was pinching some of the walls of my bowels, and I was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm collecting samples. Have you ever had to deal with a dog that keep missing your vein? Always. You had a personal episode, the magic scope. When the alarm's in your I've been fascinated but also freaked out. Like, honestly, dude, I was like, it was like watching a crashing building. I was just watching that whole thing. My eyes were trained into that fucking screen, and I'm like, he took a few samples, by the way. and yeah, that was basically my thing. And after that procedure, they wheeled me to the another room to recover because it does make you like sleepy. But after that, like, I just took a little bit of a nap. I don't know how long I took a nap, but yeah, I was just laying there. And they took me to what the heck happened? Oh shit, I pressed something wrong. And they took me to this little office room to like talk to the doctor that checked on me. That time he was like, oh, everything looks healthy, you're fine and stuff. I took a bit of samples and we're gonna let you know if there's anything wrong. If there's nothing wrong, we're not basically no news is good news, basically. But you didn't really feel anything during it. I felt tugging, that's it, including the part when he was just pinching like little samples off my thing. I just felt tugging feeling. Like whenever he pinches it, there's some blood that comes out because like he's taking a bit of my like the flesh of the thing of my bowel to get to culture it and stuff and see to get like results from it. But of course, once the anesthesia ran out, that's when I like my stomach felt like sore because of the pinches that they did. Can you shout Emmy, Ambrosia, please? Thank you, either of you. And what should I do with this? I'm gonna put a bit of pattern here. So yeah, that's what he told me. Like, you're fine. It looks fine and stuff. We'll let you know if we see anything, we get anything from the reports and stuff. Because surface level, my bowels looked healthy. But like, I think a week later, like after the checkup, by the way, My mom took me to Carl's Jr. to cheer me up. I was like, I want Carl's Jr. after this. This sucks. And it wasn't until a week later since that day. I guess they finally got the results, and I got a call from my GP, and that was the first time they mentioned we found traces of Crohn's and stuff in your bowels. And the thing with Crohn's, it's not easily diagnosed, but I kind of just took it as a confirmation at that time. So I was in uni that time. I was at the building. I was about to get to class, and getting that news, I it was too much for me, basically. I went to uni with my two best friends, Yana and Dahlia. Dahlia is Serana Angel in Twitch, and Yana Logs, basically. We went to animation school together, and I had to get them to get me out of there, cause plus my GP wanted me to pop by and get some stool samples, basically, to get tested again. And I wanted to get that and get some results instantly, like pasta. So we left. We left uni. Would have been overwhelmed. Yeah, I cried. I had to go to the toilet first and like cried there for a bit. But the besties came through for me, and didn't even think twice before leaving uni. Cause we just left. Like our lecturer wasn't even there yet, because we were just waiting for the class to start. So I left. Like, everyone saw me, because I had to leave the room first, because I was like talking with everyone, and then I got the call, and when I came back I was like, I want to leave, and they were like, oh, are you okay? I was not like, I couldn't talk at that point because I needed to cry. I was like, I'll tell you guys later and stuff. And then I took my two besties with me. They bought me a mask. They bought me a mask, so I like don't smell any bad fumes and stuff. Make sure I'm healthy and nothing happens to me and stuff. I'm like, okay, I wear. And they took me to the mall and stuff. They bought me noodles and stuff. And tried to get me to get my mind off things. And I got the sample, the stuff I need to get the samples. And so I got the thing, gave in the samples to the lab, and waited. I don't know how long it took, but eventually I got. But this time they only just texted me the results. Like, you know how usually if they can't find anything, they don't tell you anything. And they texted me to let me know that there's nothing. It tested positive. I mean negative for Crohn's, and I was like, oh my god, thank fucking god. During that time. And yeah, I just kind of moved on after that. But the year after that, beginning of last year, yeah. Wait, last year? No, the year before. Wait, 2001. Beginning of 2001. Wait. Beginning of last year. Yeah. Real though, good friends. Yeah, I love them. They're great. I love those guys. You too, Emmy, even though I haven't met you that time. I love you too, Emmy. I knew Emmy during that time, but we still weren't close like as we are now, because we haven't discovered Genshin yet. Genshin just started, and it wasn't until like I think a month later that we started playing Genshin together, because she was in the verge of quitting Genshin because she didn't have anyone to play with. So was I. And then we found each other and we're like, gonna play Genshin. And here we are now. We're still playing Genshin. Actually, I've been neglecting my account. I need to play it. So yeah. Where was I? Yeah, beginning of last year, that's when I got my booster shot. My second shot. And sorry, my mom. I'm back. My mom came in. She brought my laundry, my clothes. Does it mute it for the rest? Does it go? Sorry, I had to mute. My mom walked in. Yeah. I'm also adventure rank 60. So, yeah. When I got my booster shot, it was in the middle of me being sick because of the side effects, and it was about to turn off our ears. Yeah, you guys are listening to lo-fi right now, and I'm listening to a different thing. I'm listening to a live stream. I have that other power too, but they're on low. You know what? They're getting distracting. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm just gonna listen lo-fi with you guys. Anyway, so it was in the middle of, it was actually kind of intense because I was just I just started that job as well when I had the same feeling as that I'm building up again, and they had to abruptly tell them too that like I can't come to work, like out of nowhere, because I was supposed to start my week. That the day I sent them that, I sent to my manager that like, oh, I can't come to work for the next probably a month or more. It was super like abrupt and last second. And during that time, luckily, I've trained Dahlia. Dahlia applied for my job and we were working together, and I've trained her enough to know how to work by herself, like efficiently. And luckily enough, and I think during that time she got more experience like working at that place. And she yeah, it was great that she was there as well. And my manager was comfortable enough to have her by herself. Of course, they were helping her as much as they can since I'm not there. And yeah, that was my second surgery ever. But like this time around, it was different. Because compared to the first one where it was just so much pain, this one I barely felt anything. So I confidently told my manager like, oh, I should be able to be back in probably like 2 weeks. just enough so I can take care of myself and not have to rely on my mom to dress me and stuff. But yeah, it was also around the time Pokemon Arceus came out, and I just I just kept playing it. Like, there's a recurring theme. Every time I got sick, a Pokemon game came out. Except for my first surgery, I got the game that came out was nothing came out, but I started playing Graveyard Keeper. That's how I distracted myself from the pain and not taking medicine. I don't really like this hair. Hold on. And so when and that was like the first time my game like broke down and I couldn't play it anymore. And yeah, but this time around there was barely any pain. I didn't even take the painkillers that they gave me, and ironically that was the time that they gave me morphine. The only time they gave me morphine tablets to take home after surgery, when I barely felt any pain. And I'm like, huh, this would have been great during the first time. But then at the same time, my first time taking those meds, I was still not, I didn't have enough, like, the same tolerance. And so I just didn't drink it. I didn't drink any painkillers, and I was fine. And then so that passed, but at the same time, my doctors started, I guess they took note at that point that this is a strange case because it's recurring, it's coming back, because it was at the same spot that they drained last time. So I was able to like heal faster this time, and it wasn't until the same year, September, which is last year, where all of this started. That's when I flared up again. But this time around I started streaming, and I literally got affiliate. Hold on, my cousin's in the balcony. Hold on. Yeah, I'm back. I had to ask them to close the door. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, the start of the actual reckoning. So last year around September, no, I think a month, like, what's the month before September? August. around August, I started streaming. With Emmy, and a month later, like, I managed to get like 50 followers and be able to reach affiliate. And what happened was just around the time I got affiliate, the week after getting the affiliate, I started feeling sick, but it felt different. Like, I thought I was having an infected hemorrhoid, basically, because I'd go toilet and it's just blood. I was passing blood, basically. Sorry, by the way, for the graphicness of that, but it's like the most innocent way I can say it. And thanks, Obsidian. And how do I say this? So I went to the GP and got that checked because it was it was bad, and I thought it was just an infected thing. And the GP, it wasn't the same GP as mine, because I moved houses and I wasn't going to the same GP anymore, but they were from the same branch, like kind of like company and stuff, so they have my records. And I didn't treat it as an abscess again, because it didn't feel the same. It didn't feel anything like it at all. It didn't feel like a build-up, it just felt like a burning feeling. And wait, let me just put up past this one. Need to focus on the hair. And so the doctor, during the time I was waiting for my turn, by the way, that's what in the doctor's office, waiting room, I was drawing my emojis. I was drawing these, and I finished it there. Where's my emoji? There. I was drawing this, and this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah. No. I was drawing these. And I finished it there, and I just waited to get finally get seen. And yeah, the doctor didn't really think much of it, and he wasn't familiar with me, and I didn't think much of it either, other than the fact that she was giving me medicine. So she gave me antibiotics and Panadol and maybe 3 things. I don't remember. I think it was painkillers, but not too strong painkillers as tramadol. And oh wait, no, a cream to put in the wounds and stuff. And I had to take it it was antibiotics for a week, and she told me if anything changes or anything, come back. I was like, okay, cool. And during that week I was streaming because I was doing it was an art stream. I was drawing Invicta wearing turtlenecks, basically. It was a really fun week, fun month. I was getting to know people, getting used to streaming. And I want to see that pic. Yeah. And I don't know if I have it in this thing, in this PC, because I had to move rooms and reset my PC because it was having issues during that time. I was streaming, and every time I would start my PC, I have to wait for it to crash first before I can I can start stream, so it doesn't crash in the middle of stream, which it did once, but yeah. Hi Tsun! Hi Tsunara! Tsunsara, fuck! It's alright. If you find it really like see, it's not all good. Not all good. Wait. Okay. So please. Shut your ass up, please. So what happened? Let me just look for it. I'm pretty sure I can find it. I think I bookmarked it. What was I talking about? Let me collect my thoughts over what happens after that. Oh, I didn't bookmark it. Nice. Got me. Guess I'm gonna be scrolling for 10 years. Maybe happens to me. Oh yeah, thanks. Okay. After a week, yeah, I was just streaming, doing the Invicta art and stuff. So it was okay. It was a day when the day it got worse was the same day because I had an all-nighter. I had a 9-hour stream finishing the Invicta fan art, and that same day, like probably like 5 hours after that, like I finished it around 4. I had to take my antibiotics, my last bit of antibiotics, and I'm supposed to meet up with the besties, Dahlia, Yana, and Emmy, to go and like have lunch together and hang out. We were supposed to go for Korean barbecue, but we lost our chance, and just went for and even like a really good choice actually. We went to a noodle place. It was really good. Oh my god. And happened. I didn't tell them anything while we were hanging out, other than like, yeah, I'm taking medicine, so I have to make sure I'm on time with it and stuff. But I didn't tell them that I was in pain, and it hurt just being like sitting and stuff, and I was very uncomfortable. But I wanted to hang out with them and stuff. It wasn't until like they left and I was back in my room just chilling, and then I told them like I'm not feeling great. I'm going back to the GP tomorrow because it got worse, and like I was legit just only passing blood. And yeah, I went back. This time the GP that saw me was someone who was familiar with me, and probably read my report, actually read it, because before they see you, you have to you go to the reception and then you tell them who you are, and then they see that you're a member of their thing, and they will read onto it. And I guess she did, and she was probably familiar with me already, so she read on. And dog gave you meds. That would be so. Yeah. And that's not the first time too when that I didn't tell them that I wasn't well. And because the day I like hanged out, like thinking, because before the day before I went to the GP for the first time to get the antibiotics, I was hanging out with Dahlia and Yana, and I didn't tell them I was in pain. And we were like walking around and stuff, and I told them like I want to go home. I'm kind of, my butt hurts. I just straight up told them that. I was like, what the hell? It's like, okay, let's go home. And like, okay, thank you. And then we just hanged out at my house. And then yeah, like the day I got like sick and got seen by the second doctor, I was also hanging out with all of them the day before. But this time I got hospitalized that very moment, because this doctor checked on me, checked the area of the scene, the area of the scene, and saw that my old surgery was okay. This is gonna be gross, but they saw that it was oozing. And the reason why I wasn't feeling the same, like I wasn't alarmed by like what's by like a build up or anything, because it wasn't building up, because it was just oozing at that point. Because like every time I would go for a surgery, they would warn me about what could happen during the surgery. They would go, we're gonna drain the site, and if we find a tunnel called a fistula, because if a buildup builds up too much, there's a chance that it will create a tunnel to make a new buildup somewhere else. During that time, it's never happened. And if that happens, they leave a rubber band there, wherever the site is. They leave a rubber band to keep it open for like 6 weeks, and then they remove it to let it, just to let it like drain as much as it can. And yeah, it's never happened at that point. Still hasn't back then. And so basically what happened, why it's oozing, it made a fistula, but going outwards, not inwards. Luckily. Because if it went inwards, they would have left a rubber band on me. So yeah, I didn't where was I going with this? So yeah, I didn't know. I wasn't alarmed into thinking that like, oh, I'm having another buildup. I'm having an infection. And during that time, I was slowly getting infected basically, and having an infection, and and it was just oozing out, and the doctor instantly knew it was another abscess, and I need to go back to the hospital. This was in the same site as usual, by the way. Same every time. This is the third surgery, and it's all in the same area. Oh, I found it. I'm sitting. I found it. Hold on, let me just let me change. How do I do this? Wait, I know what to do. Cause I don't have a Bean Channing. I should make a new scene that has that, but I'll just make a screenshot, I guess. And so basically, like, our alarm bells were going off, and she instantly went like, go now. I don't have to, so I'll just send them a note that that you're coming, and let them know what's going on. And did I wait during that time? I think I did. No. Yes. No. Did I wait? It doesn't matter. But yeah. So can I send a link in my own chat? Let's see. Don't time me out, me. There you go. That's the link. So when wait, where's my pen? Oh, there it is. So when that's a thread, by the way, so you can see the full images of each drawing, by the way. And this is basically the beginning of what happened. So I had to go on hiatus the moment they said that oh yeah, you're gonna be going to the hospital. That's when I went on hiatus. A week into being affiliate. I was super bummed out. And but I had to prioritize my health, I guess. And like, I thought during that time it was just gonna be another thing, and like, hopefully it wouldn't hurt as much as the first time. And alas, it was worse. It was way worse than the first one. Because after getting drained, I got the same speech like, This will happen. We'll drain you. If there's a fistula, we'll give you a ceton. The rubber band is called a ceton drain. It's basically just a rubber band that gets tied into you and stuff. Basically having like a rubber band earring down there. And I didn't get a ceton that time. And they gave me the same speech. How to take care of myself and stuff. At this point, taking care of myself is much easier because my mom got a bidet. So I can easily keep myself clean. But at the same time, there was renovations happening in my house. And the toilet nearest to my room was out of access because they were working on that because they found a leak. So I have to walk all the way to my mom's room. It's not too far, but it's further than the toilet I would have used. But this one also hurt. But I guess at this point I was cautious with the painkillers because I was scared that I was gonna get another panic attack and stuff. But the thing is, I was in a lot of pain. I could barely move. I wasn't comfortable like at all, and I hated moving, but I had to go toilet and stuff. And the way I laid down, I had to have like pillows under my knees to make sure there's not too much pressure on my backside. And I think this time around I was mentally drained because of how much pain I was going through. But at the same time, I was able to drink the painkillers. And I wouldn't be in constant pain. But the moment it starts running out, I get in so much pain that I will just drink it again. Like I was drinking it every 4 hours. Constantly. And I was probably overdosing, but I didn't feel it because I was in too much pain to care. Yeah, I can take it out of you real quick. Yeah. And you know what's worse? Not even 2 days later, I was still they prescribed me painkillers, Panadol, like Tramadol, Panadol, and some potassium tablets because my potassium is low. And just what's it called? Some laxatives because what's it called? The painkillers can cause constipation, but it's never did it to me. It did once, but it never happened again. And I was antibiotics, but 2 types of antibiotics actually, because I was having a lot of infection, and they needed to like clear that out of my bloodstream. But the thing is, a day later, when I got home, I had a fever. And when you're on antibiotics, it's impossible to have a fever unless there's something very fucking wrong. And there was. 2 days being out of... I didn't think much of it until the day after. 2 days after being out of the hospital, I felt that familiar feeling of building up. But this time around, it's different because it wasn't in the same area. Because that place is still open and it should still be draining. It was in a... It's, since the beginning, it's been happening in the right side, right? Oh, that stuff that it all happened. Hopefully you can truly mend now. Pain can hopefully go away soon. Yeah, I'm way better, definitely. And, so... this time around, it it built up on the left side. And that was the first time that it happened. And in my mind, I was like, fuck me. Oh, okay, I guess we're going back. I kind of like thought it as like kind of like lightly about it, because at that point I was kind of used to it. I was in pain, but I didn't think much of it at that time. So of course I went back, but this time around, when they saw that it was me and the receptionist saw that it was me, because they just saw that I just got out like 2 days ago from a surgery, and they're like, okay, because like I didn't even go to the GP this time. I just told them like something's wrong, and they're like, just go there. Like they just go there, they know you, and they will see that it's an emergency clearly. And usually I would have to wait in the I would be taken in, and they would see that especially if I don't have a prescription, like a report that I from the doctors, I'd be in the emergency room for at least like 8 hours or something. But this time around I wasn't sent there. I was sent to another area where it's kind of like the emergency room, but at that point you're basically priority. I was an orange. It's like, yep, it was green, orange, and then red. Red is basically like the really, really bad people, like code red people. I was a code orange at that point. Yeah, I was back. And they sent me to that room. Doctor saw me and they were like, you're back. Hey, welcome back. I was like, yeah, I'm back. Haha. And they gave that like basic checkup to know if I have a buildup or not. They felt it in the surface because of how built up it is. They felt that there's a hard, tender spot where it hurts, meaning it's about to burst or something. And lol. And it was such an emergency that they took me to theater the next day. They wanted me to go theater the next day, like a first person too. And the thing is, they couldn't. Not because they didn't want to, and I'm not important, because at that point I wasn't important, because that morning there was a car crash somewhere and there were an emergency surgery happening. It was all hands on deck. So all the list for surgeries that day had to be delayed. So yeah, I was there for like a day, just waiting for my turn the next day, which I was the first one. And thanks Onyx. And oh, by the way, fuck this lady. On that stay, on my second stay, there was so each room has 4 patients, right? And the night before, okay, first lady, fuck her. Because the lady, when I got sent to my room, it was just me and this other lady. I wasn't allowed to eat at that point because it's fasting time, because I have to go to surgery the next day, which I didn't. Fuck this lady, because she was having Subway. It smelled amazing. She had Thousand Island dressing with all the vegetables in it, and meatballs with sweet onion and ranch. I fucking know that smell. Thousand Island sweet onion and ranch. I couldn't eat. And then I just hear her munching, and that's in her side of the fucking bed. Bitch. And I'm like, I hope you choke. You're in the hospital anyway, you'll be fine. I called the nurses on you. The temptation. And yeah, So the next day I couldn't get my thing, but then she was discharged the next day, but she was replaced by the next day that we got a full room. But the lady in front of me, oh, the lady in front of me, she was loud. She was just loud, so loud. Okay, during the day, if she had a visitor, she'd be talking and she was loud. And if there's no visitor, she'd call someone to talk to and she'd be loud and she'd be just, it's like there's no one there in that room and it's just her and no one's recuperating or getting better or sick. It's like she's just in her own bubble within those curtains. I hated this lady, fuck her. Could you have gotten moved to another room? No, it's a public hospital. They're full. I can't help it. So I asked for earplugs. The moment she came in, I asked for earplugs. Audibly, by the way. It's like, can I have earplugs? To my nurse. And she's like, okay, understandable. She knows, because everyone else thinks she's loud too. And because I felt bad, like, okay, hold on. Let me paint this picture. Okay, so this is a room. This is a room. And it's sectioned this way. So one patient is here. Wait, one patient is here. This is toilet. This is shower. And one, so like A, B, C, E. And this is the entrance. And I was A. And this lady was D. Fuck you. And oh, she was so loud. Wait, hold on. Okay, I haven't been to the hospital area back in America. If someone was really bothering, they could sometimes move you to a different room if you ask. Yeah. I just asked for earplugs, to be honest. And but yeah, if she has a visitor, she'll be talking to that visitor, and once that visitor leaves, she calls someone on her phone loudly, volume up, because I guess she's deaf as well. But thankfully, they don't talk much. The one in the phone. And if she runs out of someone to talk to, she watches a teledrama that has people just all shouting. Like, not the volume up or anything. I mean, it was, but everyone was just shouting. Like, everyone's just constantly fighting each other in the show. And I'm like, what the fuck are you watching? And you know what? You know what happened? She fell asleep. She fell asleep through the fucking shouting of the show. I'm like, what? So everyone else is just listening to this drama and she's sleeping through it. I'm like, what? What do you mean? And the thing is, when she has like people talking to, she's the only one talking. No one talks back to her. No one replies. She just talks. It's like a one-sided conversation and everyone's just forced to listen to her. Like us. I'm just so used to that noise. Like, I don't know what she was watching because like, it was in a different language. And everyone was just shouting. And the nurse came, so she had to give us, it's like every night they have to give us these shots on our stomach, on our tummy. They just shot us with some stuff in our tummy. It's blood thinners, because like we're just there laying down for like the whole day, not moving. So they give us blood thinners so we don't get blood clots, and we have the surgical socks to make sure our legs are compressed and stuff. So yeah, no pressure injuries or blood clotting. Those are nice. They're expensive and they just give you for free. Like, I saw how much it was. It was like $75 a pair. And I've got, right now I have like 6 pairs of them. I would have been so mad. I would have asked her to be quiet forcefully, but when I'm in pain. I'm not surprised. But I just chose to just wear a thing. You know, yeah, let me paint a picture for you again. Okay. A, B, C, E. Me, I was having infections. And I'm waiting for surgery. B was a man who was passing blood, and I think he just came back from surgery. Wait, no, he had a checkup, and he was passing blood, and they're trying to level his blood levels because his blood count was low, so he was getting constant like blood transfusions, and as well as keeping his bowels all right because he was passing blood. And then no, there was blood mixed into his stool, and they needed to find out what it was. I don't know what happened afterwards. And C, this lady was having gallbladder issues, and she's waiting to get it taken out. And she was like and she was afraid of getting pancreatitis because I think she was like around my age. I think she was like younger by like a few years. I'm under 30, by the way. Under 30, over 20. And but she was younger than me, and you know what happened to that lady, the D lady? She's having tummy problems because they speculated that she ate a salmon, and she probably a bone scratched her bowel. That's it. She has a scratched bowel, and like she didn't even go through surgery or anything. She just healed by herself in her room, just being noisy. They gave her like painkillers, and she was just there chilling. It was just chilling. When the fish will goes, the fish goes back. And yeah. God. Oh God, I hated her. No one complained about her, by the way. We just let her be noisy. Oh, she was lucky she got fucking discharged the day we all found out that she wasn't even that sick. I'm like, that motherfucker. Anyway, yeah. This time, I got my surgery. The next day I got discharged. But this time around, the doctor that saw me, this time around he's a specialist. He's a gastro surgeon who specializes in Crohn's and other bowel related diseases. And because before that I was just being seen by general surgeons, gastroenterologist. Yeah. And he sat me down, like he came to my little hospital room, I guess. It's pretty public when you're there. You just hear everyone's his business. And he usually there'd be a team of people there to see me, to explain what's gonna go on. There'd be a anesthetist to introduce himself, to let him know that he's the one they're the ones who's gonna take care of me and stuff while I'm under. This time around, before the anesthetist, he was by himself. He was the only one who saw me, and he gave the usual spiel, and like, they would always ask me if I have if there's a history of Crohn's in my family, and I would always say that yes, my older brother has it since years ago. And they would keep saying like, they would ask like, do you have tummy problems? Do you have tummy pains? I say no. And then, have you passed blood? I'm like, I would always say no, because I always thought that passing blood is probably from hemorrhoids or something. Because when you wipe, right, if the blood is, depending on the color of the blood, it tells you how far in the blood came from. And my one was always surface level color, because it was like bright pink, like almost bright pink. So I would tell them it was just always bright pink, never like dark amber, like dark burgundy or anything. Because if it's dark burgundy, it's really in there and it's heavy bleeding. Mine was always bright colored, so nothing gets raised from what I say. And this time around, I told the same thing, but out of everyone who met me, all the surgeons who met me, he was like, okay, Benny, I'm gonna be real with you. I want you to brace yourself for the worst before my surgery, basically. That tells them how far up the blood is. Yeah. And I was like, okay, cool, like sweet and stuff. So as usual, I get my surgery, get drained, but like this time around I had to get a acetone drain. That was the first time I got the acetone, the rubber band, because there was this new buildup actually caused a tunnel to form. And they were like, okay, we're gonna keep this open for the next 6 weeks, and after 6 weeks we'll remove it. I was like, okay. So they had to teach me how to clean it, just to make sure that everything's clean. Like, they wanted me to tug on it basically, to make sure it goes, like, I clean it well. So this time around, so when I got discharged, oh shit, no, the color, yeah, no. So this time around, I was in so much pain. I was probably in the most pain I've ever been this time around, because I couldn't stand straight. I couldn't lay down comfortably, at least the first week, and it would just hurt like every other day. It would hurt, but like it would hurt the most every other day, because I feel like there's some stuff would get built up, and then I have to wait for it to like discharge itself and stuff. And then I noticed like a few days later, like not a few days, like a week in, the discharge was less. The pain wasn't as bad, but I was still taking painkillers, because every other day it would hurt, and then it would discharge, and the pain would lessen a bit, like a lot actually, that I'm able to lay down comfortably. I started playing games on my phone. Oh man. And like draw a bit, but like not too much. And I thought I was getting better, to be honest. Like we all did. We all thought I was getting better, because I was starting to walk like straighter. I was still a bit like hunched down, but like not as much as it was before. I was able to walk like straighter, and like I wasn't crying every night, because I used to. I have to get my mom to like sit there in my room to like until I fall asleep, until the painkillers knocked me out. Wait, I just realized I haven't saved at all. Yeah, I named it Guy. Yeah, hearts for mom. Sounds so traumatic and awful. Yeah, I was crying every night. And yeah, around this time my sister left because she went to Canada. I wanted to go to Canada, and I got to have her room, but I was sad because I couldn't say bye to her, go with her and stuff. Like everyone else went with her. They all went out to go have like breakfast with her, and went to the airport with her. I couldn't. I was stuck at home because I couldn't leave at all. And she left, and I just gave her a hug and stuff, and I got to keep her room. I have her room, have way more space, and I got her chiropractic bed. It's queen size, and oh my god, it's huge. There's so much space to lay down. My back feels amazing, dude. But yeah, I was anyway. I'm sad. I was sad my sister left, and I couldn't say goodbye. Sad. So it's a stolen. No, she gave it to me willingly. Silver linings, I guess. Yeah. God. And I gave away some of the clothes that she left. I gave it away to my besties. Oh man, my sister had good taste in clothes. It's just that they didn't fit me. Ooh. At that point, like what? 2-3 weeks into like me getting hospitalized a bunch of times, I lost 14 kgs. I lost 14 kgs. And that was one of the red flags of my condition, of one of the red flags that they raised. Tried to give me, because I wasn't eating properly. Because I'm introverted as hell, dude. So whenever I had to go to hospital, I get surrounded by people the whole day. That I didn't know. Like, of course I talked to them like properly and stuff, but I was depressed as hell. Like, I barely ate. I slept most of the day. I've never slept so much in my life. The first month of getting hospitalized. And yeah. Wait, no, I think it was like at my 5th. No, my sister hasn't left at this point, actually. Shit. I was still, yeah, I was still in my room when I got my 3rd surgery. Oh yeah, my 3rd surgery coming up. So it took me 2 weeks when I had to go back again. Cause, like, yeah, I was feeling better. Like, I was able to walk properly and stuff. But like, I also noticed that like the moment I woke up from that surgery, the discharge that was coming out of like the surgery site was basically pouring out. Like, there was so much coming out, and it was like, I never thought much about it because I thought like, oh, probably just post-surgery stuff, just like letting loose and stuff, like blood. And it eventually closed up whatever that was gushing out, and that's what happened. That's what caused the 3rd surgery, because I didn't raise anything about it. And 2 weeks being out of surgery, of hospital, I had to go back because the pain went down, but it was coming back. And one of the things they want me to do to come back is when, if ever, whatever starts discharging is blood. And I noticed that like slowly it was less bodily fluids coming out and more blood that was coming out. So I was like to my mom, I need to go back. I'm getting fevers again, and the stuff coming out of me is just blood at this point. And as usual, my mom had to let go of everything and like help me. But the day I went there to the emergency room, it was full, and there was nowhere for me to. They couldn't give me a bed to lay on to wait. So I told my mom, like, let's just go back home, because I can't wait here, because there's too many people and they're not willing to give me a bed or anything. Because sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, because the person manning the reception could be compassionate or just want to get people through the hospital and then out of their way. And it wasn't a lucky day. And the person doesn't even think twice when I tell them, like, I have 2 surgery wounds, I'm in pain, I need a bed. And the first and second time, the people who was manning the thing, they picked me up from the car park, they got me a bed, got me comfortable while I waited. And this time around, I wasn't so lucky. I went home sick and probably messed up. I'm kind of extrovert, online IRL, I would rather be home. Yeah. That's so messed up. Yeah, I wasn't lucky that day, so I went home. The very next day, I still went back because I was running 40 degree fevers the past 3 days at that point, and I was letting out blood. And so yeah, my mom takes me back, and this time around it wasn't as busy, and I guess they cared enough. And this time around they saw that, because when I went the day before, they weren't able to check who I was. But when they saw who I was, they instantly took me to the same area where it was still the emergency department, but it priority. They saw I was priority, and then they sent me straight into that room. And barely waited, and literally the next day I was in the theater. But at this point, I was at my breaking point, because this is the 3rd surgery, and I'm back again. And in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck is happening to me? Did they not get in trouble for sending you home? I don't know. This is probably not the first time they had to do that. They didn't send me home. I went home. I didn't want to wait. I didn't want to wait there uncomfortable, because I can't wait there just not comfortable. Because I went home in my own terms, I guess. And so yeah, I was like, so what the fuck's happening to me at that point? At that point, I was just so done, and I was convinced I was dying. And I'm like, I just got affiliate and I'm dead. I'm gonna die. And I bet. And oh, this time around, it took me to surgery. First, they sent me into theater just to check up on me, what's going on inside me from the theater. Because at this point, there's too much going on down there that they can't just like check me up like they usually do, where they just like do it from the thing. They have to put me to sleep because I'll be in too much pain, and I was in too much pain. So they did that while me asleep, and they said, "Oh, yep, there's a build-up there, and we're gonna have to do the surgery the next day and drain you out." And when the next day came up, I was given the same spiel, like, this is gonna happen, and if we find something, we'll give you a acetone drain. Have you does this happen and stuff, like, are you bleeding when you pass and stuff. At that point, it was just so repetitive, and I give the same answer: no tummy aches, I don't pass blood, that's like alarming. And yeah, I go to the surgery. But this time around, when I woke up, cause I was, they made sure, no, they didn't make sure, but I ended up being the last one in the theater, the last one on the day, to get surgery in that specific theater. And usually whenever you get into surgery, by after surgery, you have to, they send you to recovery room for an hour to recover and get checked up there. And usually when they cause so you'll be there for an hour being looked after by the nurse in the recovery room, make sure I'm comfortable, because when I wake up I would always be in a lot of pain, and they have to, when I wake up, they ask me like, how are you, how much pain are you in? I was like, a lot, like usually 8 or 9 out of 10, and then they'd give me a lot of morphine through IV until I'm more comfortable. Usually I would end up with like 12 milligrams of morphine every time or more. And it's just a lot of process to go through. At that point, I was trying not to think much about it, but at the same time, at that point, I wanted answers. So I would always just like not think much about it and just take it day by day. But at that point, I wanted answers, because something's definitely wrong and they're not telling me anything. And they it seemed like they weren't trying to find out something. But they were. And I ended up so this time around, so whenever they would after the hour would end, the nurse, my nurse from my hospital room would come and pick me up, because they will, every time you go to surgery, the nurse assigned to your room will always send you there, so they can give the report on what's going on with me and stuff. And then when they're done, they pick me up, and the recovery room nurse will tell them what went down and what they need to do to make sure I know what they can take care of me post-op. And usually I'd find out what happened when they're giving the reports to each other. This time around, they didn't say anything. They said that there's no report for some reason here, and they because I was the last one in that theater room, so I guess the operation team just like didn't write the report yet, like didn't finish the report yet, and so she couldn't tell me what happened to me, but they just told what to do with me, to like keep my wounds clean and stuff. And I was, as usual, I was too tired to stay up, and I would just sleep. And that during that time, it was really late in the day, probably 10 p.m. and usually whenever I get out of surgery, I'd fall asleep for like 5 hours. So I just slept throughout the night at that point because I was tired, and I just went through surgery. And when I woke up, it was early in the morning, like 5 a.m. something, and I needed to go toilet and pee, I guess. And the nurse that was taking care of me was like one of the young ones, and I joke around with her, and I actually made friends with a lot of with a lot of them, and I know every single one of the nurses in that ward at that point, because I keep getting sent to the same ward, and they knew me because every time I come back, they're like, "You're back." I was like, "What the fuck?" It's like, "Yeah, I'm back, baby." and they're always like, "Oh my god," and they called me a frequent flyer at that point. And so yeah, the nurse that was taking care of me that night was someone I knew, like I joke around with, and jokes back. She was really cool too. And when I went to the toilet to pee, so I pulled my pants and stuff, right, and I felt a tugging because my underwear like got caught in something, and I don't know what it was. And when I finished, pulled my pants up, I felt it again. I was like, "What the fuck is that?" So I turned around, went to by the mirror, turned around, and looked at what was there, because something was definitely there. Because when I turned around, there was a blood splatter on the wall behind me, on the toilet seat up to the wall, because something splattered. And I was like, "What the fuck?" I went to the mirror, looked at my back, and there was a tube there. It was just there. It was just sticking out of my butt cheeks, and it was a tube. Yeah. And I'm like, "That's new." And I tried pulling on it, and it wouldn't come out. And I'm like, "Okay, what the fuck? What the actual living fuck?" So I get it. I pulled my pants up like real quick, left the toilet, went back to where my nurse is. My nurse was by my bed because she was waiting to give me my because they always like a couple of times a day they'd have to check your heart rate, your temperature, and oxygen levels. And she was there waiting for my turn, and I was like, "Dude, there's a tube on my butt." I was like that. I was like, "Been Sean, and they didn't tell you, like, what the fuck?" Yeah. And what's weird is she knew that it was there, the nurse, because the nurse who picked me up from the recovery room, it was a different nurse, because there's an afternoon nurse, and then the night shift nurse comes in around 7 p.m. or 9. I think it was 9. And so she knew, but the nurse who picked me up didn't know, supposedly. So in my mind I was like, did they just like specifically not tell me that it was there? I don't know. Don't wanna cause any conspiracy theory late in this game, but I don't care. But definitely I was shocked when I saw that there. And she knew, and she was like, "Yeah, it's there. It's stitched in." I'm like, "Did you pull on it?" I'm like, "Yeah." It's like, "Don't take it out because it's stitched in." I'm like, cool. And then I went to sleep, and kind of like, because I didn't want to have that panic attack right then and there in the middle of the night, like that early in the morning. And during that day, my mom and dad visited me for the whole day. They didn't mean to stay the whole day, but they ended up staying the whole day because of the news that I got that day. So usually when you're hospitalized there, every 7 to 11 a.m. that's when the doctors and the teams in each ward will do their rounds. Wait, does this even look right? Hold on, let me focus on this a bit. Oh, that does not look right. This one is a bit. So so that was around the time. That's around the time that they usually do their rounds, report to. They'd have a meeting during the earlier in the day, do their rounds, reporting to the patients that needs surgery and those who are about who just got out of surgery to tell them what happened and stuff. And around 9 a.m. that's when my team came to tell me that, like, so okay, hold on, let me just so fuck me. So what they told me during your surgery last night, we found a fist-sized cavity in you, just full of fluids of infection the size of your fist, in my butt. In my butt cheek, basically. That they had to leave that tube there to help me let it all out for the next few days. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's too much. And so that's why the tube was there, because there was a humongous cavity in me. Thanks. And so when I heard that, I was just shocked. I didn't know what to say. I just got quiet. My mom had to take it from there, basically, because I wasn't saying anything. I was just looking at them like in complete shock. Went to vets, go, ooh, oh, that's so cute, that's so nice. Granny, I would have been much bigger and used to you. I could eat a sandwich. Obsidian, that's nasty. I'm not surprised. Like, out of all, because every time I get out of surgery, I would get assigned district nurse, who are like nurses who are just out there going to people's houses to check up on post-op patients that needs assistance to make sure they're going well after surgery and after leaving the thing. So there's people, so every week just some random nurse will just come and look at my butt. And every time they leave, I'm always like, I hope you have a better day. Watching the vibes here. Oh man, is matching the vibe. Thanks, mommy, thanks. Thanks. Wait, hold on. I just remembered something. I'm missing a sauce. Oh, there you go. There you go. Let's see if it works.
I'm everything that you need and more. Maybe sometime we can go out and get some coffee.
Oh god, I love it. I love it so much. You have to start keeping a tally of how many people saw my anal at this point. Oh yeah, I stopped counting. There's too many. There's too many. And there was this one time when I got checked before surgery. Before surgery, the doctors would always bring a team and look in there to see where the site they're gonna cut open, and sometimes put a dot or like a marking where they're gonna cut open. And one time the group that came were like fine looking men. They were good looking. They were all good looking, young, innocent eyes. They were all trainees and stuff, and yeah, they were hot. Fuck me. I stopped counting at that point. There's too many. There's too many people have seen it. And my naked body. Simping for the trainees, I see. No, I was just appreciating them with my eyes. My eyes are doing their job. It's Alright, so where was I in my story? Okay, yeah, so So when they told me that the cavity was there, I just went quiet. I couldn't say anything anymore. Cause luckily my mom was there to be able to ask questions. She basically know the questions at this point. And before the surgical team left, who checked on me, they were like, "We don't know what's happening yet, but we won't give up on you. We'll keep working on this and we will get through this together." That was reassuring, but at the same time, at that point, I was ready for death. I was just ready to die. That was eye candy. No, I don't want the eye candy to see my business, bro. Fuck. I'm like, I give up. This is it. Single life forever. But then again, I've already found that out like ages ago. And hope you guys are not hearing my family, by the way. And the moment that I couldn't, when they were like about to leave, they were like, "Any questions?" They were so hesitant to ask me like if I have any questions, because they damn well know I can't ask anything because I don't know what to ask, because even they didn't know what was going on with me. So what the fuck am I supposed to ask them? So once they left, I cried loudly, sobbing tears for like probably a whole hour, or almost an hour. I was just crying. Probably, I don't know how long it was, but I was just crying. Like, and my mom was just there, comforting me. My dad was just sitting quietly because they can't say anything. And my mom was just telling me how like, well, you'll get through this. We'll support you whatever happens. They're like, "Oh, you can quit your job," because at that point I was still on leave. Like, "You can quit your job. We'll take care of you." I didn't want to quit my job. I love my job. It's so chill. Like, and I work with my best friend. Oh, can't hear it. Nope, can't hear anything. Yeah. Hello, hello. Okay. I suppose musical stuff is my own. I get really freaked out. That's my Genshin money. No, what the frick? That's my Genshin money, mom. Yeah. And like, no, at that point I wasn't playing at all. I wasn't playing anything. No, I think Dahlia was playing my Genshin that time. At some point, she stopped because like it's just too much. She's busy. She's carrying both our weight at work, and I didn't ask her to like keep going or like begged her, because like, dude, she's working without me. And well, it just kept crying, and it was something happened. But like, eventually another doctor came. This was a gastroenterology doctor, and came in saying like, "Oh, hi Angela, hi, fuck me." This is I'm from the gastroenterology team. And I'm like, "Oh, hello." I was still crying. I was like, "Nan, I'm here to fuck." She's like, "Oh, I've seen through all your reports since the beginning." Since the very beginning. And like, no, it's not like, it's just hard to say. to tell the next part. Thanks. Yeah, shh, you didn't hear anything. So when sorry, someone came in my room, and because they have like heavy footsteps here, and I keep thinking that they're coming into my room. And like, she's like, "Oh, I've seen through your reports from the very beginning." So basically from the colonoscopy, from the first thing, because because even my brother who has Crohn's, like, told me, kind of like warned me about it, because having Crohn's, getting abscesses was one of the side effects of one of the red flags of having Crohn's, especially if it kept coming back. But a lady came, she saw that I've had multiple surgeries, she saw that I've had the bleeding, and she knows, and she saw the reports from the colonoscopy and like the stool samples and stuff. So she went through my records like very thoroughly, and my brother's, because having the illness is hereditary. Because my brother has it, there was a chance that me and my siblings were gonna get it. It's just that depends on when it will activate itself. The moment that switch is flipped, there's no going back, unfortunately. And yeah, the switch got flipped, and she came there to diagnose me fully, finally, saying that after like going through all your reports and everything, I can clearly tell you and diagnose you that you have it, and that you definitely 100% have it. And I'm like, hey, ooh. And she was just like, but the good thing is we can treat you. And that was literally what I wanted to hear. It was just having surgeries for the rest of my life is the worst. Because I just started streaming. And I got to the point I wanted to and made progress with it, and suddenly it's taken away from me very abruptly. And I was actually like enjoying life that time, because I was enjoying it. Me and Ambrosia are just having a good time and stuff. And like, yeah. So getting diagnosed with Crohn's disease, by the way, Crohn's disease, it's an autoimmune disease that targets from your booty hole to your mouth, from that passage. So your mouth, your throat, your stomach, small bowel, large bowel, and your colon. Anywhere from there, or all of it can get targeted by it. For me, it's somewhere in my bowel. Because abscesses. Okay, this is gonna get a bit graphic. Sorry, but it's graphic science. So being an answer makes a difference. Yeah, definitely, especially if they're able to treat you. That's just what I wanted, just to make it stop, because it was happening way too fast. And save. And abscesses are formed because something in your bowel is injured and it's being healed, and the white blood cells, the byproduct of that healing is pus. Yes, pus, and it builds up in your butt cheeks for some reason. I don't know why. Science is weird. Physical and medical issues all goes crazy all at once. That's now who's for me. Yeah. Oh my god. Like, the human body is great and all until it decides to turn on you and be an asshole about it. And yeah, that's, and with me, because of Crohn's, my immune system, there's nothing wrong with my bowels, and because of Crohn's, there's no injury to my bowels. It's just constantly inflamed, but then everyone's bowels get inflamed every now and then, And I don't think mine is constantly inflamed. It's just that my immune system, because of Crohn's, is extremely active, and it's constantly attacking me somewhere in my bowels. And because of that, my immune system is sending in the soldiers. Mine hates me. Damn. And because of that, my immune system thinks that there's something wrong constantly, where there's nothing there. So it's attacking me at this point, and it's causing the abscesses when it shouldn't be doing anything at all. So basically I have an overactive immune system. That's what an autoimmune disease is, where your immune system is attacking you instead of viruses or something, whatever they're supposed to do. I don't know at this point. And because with my brother, his is very aggressive, because right now he is in constant pain when his because I don't want to get into detail what he went through, but let's just say that like he's always in pain. His stomach always hurts, especially when he eats. And yeah, because of my weight loss as well, yeah, that was the one of the catalysts as to why I was how I got diagnosed. Because I lost, okay, at that point I lost 20 kgs actually. I lost too much weight too fast without doing anything. My brother has it, and what else was there? And I was getting abscesses, and it keeps coming back. At that point, so yeah, the gastroenterologist was like, okay, so you have it, and good news is we know how to treat it. And it's not the first time, and we know we have the medicine, and there's another one that's coming. It just got approved. I might be put into it. I don't know yet, but I know my brother did. He got approved into using it. And he's going back into treatment, because he's been in remission for a while, because they've calmed down his symptoms, but he was still in pain, and the damage has been done, and he was in remission, medical remission, until they find a new medicine, which they did. It just got approved into the country, and he got approved into using it, thankfully. So he can avoid getting surgery for removing a piece of his intestine. And he was like, for now we're gonna give you this, and the thing is you're basically pregnant forever. Like medically pregnant forever, because I'm not allowed to eat stuff that pregnant women are not allowed to eat, which is things that will give me listeria. It's a bacteria, and because my chemo, they put me in chemo basically. It's to lower my immune system, so it would stop attacking me basically. And wait a minute, this one is a bit wide. You just do this real quick. Yeah. And so they told me like to introduce this drug to you. The first dose at week 0 So the first dose will be very high and very strong. So you can try that. So the drug gets accustomed to it. And then 2 weeks later, you will get the next dose. 4 weeks later, you will get the next dose. Like 4 weeks after the second one. And after that, the second one is 2 weeks later. The third one is 4 weeks after the second one. And after the third one is after 6 weeks. And then 8 weeks, and then after the 8 weeks, it's just every 8 weeks. I just wish it was that simple. Because nothing is ever simple in this journey. Because the first problem was, before they could administer it to me, because it will lower my immune system, they had to make sure everything is clear. Like, meaning they have to make sure that I've had chicken pox before. Or anything like that. Because once I start having that infusion, my immune system is lowered, and I'm more susceptible to many illnesses, and in danger. Basically, because now that I'm on it actually. I'm not allowed to take live vaccines, so the Rona vaccine is fine and stuff, and now I have to take like flu vaccines every year, because if I get sick, it's not good. And so yeah, meaning listeria, because listeria, if I get listeria, it's deadly for me, because my body would not know how to handle it, or like it won't be able to handle it at all. But yeah, they have to make sure that I've had measles shots, I've had chickenpox before, and before they start doing it. But then before they could give me it, they had to have like this team meeting over if they should give it to me that moment, or wait for me to heal first. Because at that point they found because when they diagnosed me, they had to take me back to surgery. This is surgery 4. I haven't been discharged, and I was back into surgery 2 days after the last one, because they had to make sure that I was completely empty, that there's no more buildup, and to make sure that I have no more had no more fistulas, like tunnels and stuff. But the thing is, I did had tunnels, a lot of them. Because the one that they found in the left side, my second surgery, it got aggressive basically, and made a lot of tunnels. That's why the tube is still there. Yeah. So when they found out that I still have tunnels and a very aggressive abscess, they debated if they should give me it at all, and wait for me to heal by myself first and let the tunnels heal. Because the moment they give me those, I will start getting better. And if I get better when those tunnels are still there, that's gonna be a problem. And it was. But I guess during that meeting, they decided we have to give this to her because she is not healing by herself. She's not winning. Her body is not able to take care of herself anymore, and her immune system is literally like hurting her too much. So they gave it to me. But the thing is, there was another option that they wanted to try out to help me heal without the infusion, which was a stoma. that was the first time they suggested the stoma, and it freaked me out. It freaked me the fuck out, like a lot. And I'm like, let's just hope that it doesn't get to that. But if it did during that time, I would have still taken it, like reluctantly, because I was just agreeing to whatever at that point, because I wanted to get better. But luckily it didn't. I was definitely not ready that time. And they were like, because suddenly, I don't know, because I was just waiting for the news if they're gonna give me whatever they're gonna do with me during that time. And suddenly, just out of nowhere, my nurses came in with the infusion, and they were gonna give it to me in right then and there in my hospital room. And I was like, oh shit, sweet. I was like, so no stoma? She was like, yeah. It was like, yes, no poop bag. So let's fucking go. I was so happy. Like suddenly everything's just getting better. And I was so happy. Like I was beyond the moon. During that first dose, they were, because I think they were giving it to me, like, it was gonna last an hour and a half. Oh my god, my brother's playing music so loudly. And so like the nurses had to stand there for like half an hour to make sure I don't react to anything. Which I didn't. I was fine in the first dose. And I got discharged like the same day, actually. Got discharged the same day. Oh wait, did I? No, I got discharged the next day. Yeah. And wait, time is it? Intermission. I need a pee. I really need a pee. I'll be back. I'm a BRB. I'm a burb, and we will continue the story time. Okay. BRB. Yeah, we back. We back. Where's my pen? There it is. Okay. Where did I leave to? Where did I leave off to? Oh shit. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So this time around, I just... Wow! Okay. Chemo treatment. Yeah. Okay, so I got my first dose before I got discharged from my third and fourth surgery. Because in the fourth surgery, they so at this point I have a rubber band and a pipe, right, and a tube on my butt. After my fourth surgery, they gave me another rubber band because the really aggressive side actually formed like a giant pimple. I didn't see it, but they said like it's starting to get like discolored along the part that they drained that night. And because it looked like it was coming into the surface basically. And when they did that surgery, they actually had to carve off a piece of my skin because it was very infected and basically dead. That skin. And yeah, so they had to keep that site open as well for the next 6 weeks because it had a lot of fistulas. And I'm like, okay, cool. I mean, I already have a tube there and another thing. What's another rubber band gonna do? Other than me being extremely uncomfortable. Oh god. Okay, so at this point, yeah, I started my chemo and I got discharged. It was the day that it was my mom's birthday too when I started chemo. And yeah, she couldn't be there. I was actually freaking out that day that all those news were being given to me and I wanted my mom. But my mom was just having a good time outside because it was her birthday and it's been a lot for her as much as it was for me. She's been there throughout the whole time. And so I told her like, good news, I'm getting discharged tomorrow. I started my chemo and I'm gonna improve. And yeah, the next day I get discharged. And that was the time I met Bobby. Actually, it was just before I had to go back to hospital that I met Bobby. Not that I met him, I've been following Bobby like way before. It's just that I just started watching you when I was deep into my hiatus. You were playing God of War. Wait, no, you were playing Red Dead. And I'm like, hey, hello. That's when my whole life changed. That's right. That's right. You love me, bitch. Look at you now. You're a seal. Yeah. So this time around I actually lasted like... No, I managed to get to my second chemo. I had to go back to hospital. I was still very much like immobile and I have to be laying down most of the time, taking my painkillers and stuff. But I was able to walk more, but it was still very uncomfortable for me and painful. Especially, I was still having that pattern of every few days I'd be in a lot of pain. I'd take medicine, and I think at this point, No, not yet, not yet. And like, get to second chemo, I was fine. I got through it like well. I had Dahlia and Yana over, and we had chicken. They brought fried chicken for me. Right after chemo, I had fried chicken. And like, yeah, I think a week after that, the build-up started happening again. I was in a lot of pain. I had to be drained again. It was just before. Wait. I'm trying to remember. I don't know if it was before or after the pipe was taken out. But like, the pipe actually stayed for like a month when it was only supposed to be there for like a few days. Cause they forgot it was there. I forgot it was there. So I had it for a month. And oh god, so they eventually decided to take it out. And I'm trying to remember if did I meet I actually forgot if I started hanging out with Bobby at the 5th or 6th surgery. I think it was the 4th. It's after the 4th. And trying to remember. Was it? Because this is important. Because this is important. I think it has to be before the 4th. I mean the 5th. Yeah. So because a lot of things happened after the 4th surgery. So yeah, they forgot the tube was still there. I started hanging out with Bobby and meeting his community. They're really cool. You guys should pop in to Bobby's stream sometime. Meet everyone. They're amazing. And when they finally remembered that it was still there, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna take it out now." Much love. Much love, Bobby. Much love. Like, we're gonna take it out now. You just go to the clinic and we'll get the nurses to remove it for you. Okay. Theoretically, they were supposed to cut the stitching out. Cut the stitching out and then pull the tube out. That's it. Like, easily. It would have just popped off the tube. And it didn't do that. I got there. The first thing they noticed, there was no stitching. The thread was gone. But the tube was there. Stuck. And I'm like laying there on my side. And I'm like, okay. So first tug, it didn't come out. They're like, oh, let's get some saline and see if we can like lube it up a bit and like help it get removed. And yeah, so they sprayed some water into the tube and they managed to take it out after like a really hard tug. And they were like, oh, that's why it wasn't coming out. Your muscle was growing into the tube. But yeah, that was fun. Sorry. Oh, you guys think that's bad? It's get worse. And yeah, they had to stuff like a lot of dressing down there because I bled out. I was bleeding out. And yeah. You know what's even worse? That same day, because my mom drove me there, and my mom drives me everywhere, hospital and stuff. She's been there. This is the only time I wish that she wasn't there, because the same day she got tested positive for COVID, and I was there in the car hotboxing that car with her germs. And not even the very next day, I got the sore throat. I got the sore throat, and I'm like, I'm a bit sick. At that point, my mom was just avoiding me. My dad was just getting better because we theorized that it was probably my dad who brought it home and didn't tell anyone. And slept in the same room as my mom and gave it to her. Yeah, she tested positive. I didn't test positive until like 2 days later. I was sick for a month and a half. Oh god. I was lucky, I guess, because the moment I tested positive, I told my nurse, and she's like, you need to go to the hospital right now. Like right fucking now. I'm like, okay. Even the healthline person was like, you need to go to the hospital right now. Like, okay. So they told me they had to go to the hospital to go into observation because yeah, I am immunocompromised, and yeah, I was scared that I was gonna stay there for long, but I didn't. I was just only there for a check, and then they gave me antivirals and sent me home. This was around the time Pokemon came out. Sword and Shield? No. Scarlet, Violet, and Scarlet and Violet. It came out, and that's what I was playing while I was sick. You know, it wanted me to get antivirals, but I didn't get approved. Oh shit. For real? What the fuck? I got approved because I was on antivirals. I mean, not antivirals. I was immunocompromised. And apparently they only have it in one place. It's not in all pharmacies, so you have to go to Manukau to get it. So my mom had to drive all the way there. You are too, but not enough. Oh my god. Jesus. I guess they prioritized it because I got it straight from the hospital. And maybe also because I was like healing from wounds. Like a lot of wounds. And yeah, because of the coughing, I aggravated my wounds, and probably because of COVID. Like I aggravated my wounds, and I had another flare up, and I went straight back to hospital after a few days, like 5 days after getting positive for thing. Because actually the moment I started drinking antivirals, I started like getting better, actually, because man, my throat would hurt. Oh my god. I haven't had such a bad sore throat ever since. In a while since then. I got it at the height of it, so I think it was a short supply because I was otherwise healthy and managed whatever. I didn't get it until like 2 years since the pandemic, and like it's comma. We were back into the time when no more masks again. And yeah, I had to go back to the hospital. But this time around, I got to have my own room. But I was stuck in that observation department for like a while because they didn't have enough room for a room for me to isolate. And now eventually I get sent to my own room. Oh man, that room was so nice. I had my own room and everything. My fiance brought it home for me. It seems to be always like that. I was surprised I got it while I'm at home. I work. I'm an essential worker. I work in a supermarket. And yeah, I get sent back this time around. But like, I think after the fourth surgery, the pain was lessening and lessening. But I'd still have my days when I'm in a lot of pain. From home at the time. I wasn't leaving the house, a fear of it. Yeah. I remember those times. Yeah. And then when I think this time around, oh yeah, I went. So when this time around, they had to go to my room to like do the checks and stuff, and then all the signing of papers happened in my room instead of like before in the pre-operation area, because I had to be isolated away from people. And it wasn't exactly a really quick process, but actually it was. Wait, no, not really, because I was still in that the observation area by myself for like almost 2 days and then 2 nights. Because like the second night around like just before midnight, I was sent to my room. And then I had surgery the next day. And this resulted in a second tube. Just as they removed the first one, they gave me a new one. And you know what the kicker is? This one was extra uncomfortable because... Okay, I'm gonna draw a diagram for you guys. Because... So this is butt, right? Leg. The tube was popping out from here, right? But the tube was draining something from here. Like a big cavity again. But the tube was going like this. Sorry, I'm back. So yeah, it was going like that. Wait, no. Sorry, my mom came in asking me how to use the oven. It was going... Oh, no. It was like this, right? But it was taking something from here. Basically, it was coming out from one side, but it's actually taking something from the other side. So it was like that, basically, the tube. It was placed so uncomfortably that I couldn't spread my cheeks, bro. Oh god, but at least, luckily enough, this only stayed for like 3 days before I got discharged. Cause the cavity wasn't as big this time around, and oh, I just remembered something this time around. Okay. Before the day I got the tube out, 3 days later, because they kept me in the hospital until the tube came out this time around. But it just so happens that that 3rd day as well, I got chemo, and I told them like I have chemo due today, and it's like, oh okay, we'll just administer it from your bed. And I'm like, okay, cool. So they were given instructions, how much it is and stuff. And wait, it's crazy. It was like coming out the other cheek or the booty hole. Am I confused? Coming out from the other cheek and then going through the lilt. You know what a lilt is? Like that gap between the 2 holes. It's going through that. The 2 holes down there is going around the lilt. Yeah. What is it called? Wait, what is it supposed to be called? A lilt. At least that's what I heard. I think it's a lilt. I think. But yeah, so they were given my nurse was given instructions. Oh, during that time they had to like flush the tube twice a day, meaning they had to spray some mixture of cleaning liquids into the tube twice a day to make sure that the insides are clean. Perineum. Perineum. Yeah. I had to look up how to spell it. Perineum. So yeah, thank you. I'll start calling it that. Because that's, I don't know. Wait, is it even called that? Hold on. Where did I even hear that from? Lilt. Shit, it's just showing me sodas. You know what? It's called a perineum. I'm just a dum-dum. And the space between the B hole and the V. yeah, that's the place. And okay, so they're giving the instructions for how to give me my chemo and the measurements. I think I don't know what they did, but when the nurse came with the fluids, it's usually when I get, before then I've had 2 bags, right? Like 2 chemo sessions, and they're usually this sachet filled with liquid, and then it has to all go away. But when this nurse came with my 3rd dose, it was this large bag that was almost bursting because of how full it was. And they gave it to me at 130 milligrams per hour. So it's basically a tap. It was a tap just going through my veins. And 15 minutes in, I couldn't breathe. I suddenly couldn't breathe, and let's just say I'm lucky there was a nurse in that room when it happened, and because I had to shout for help. Yeah. What the heck? Exactly. I couldn't breathe. I don't even know if I managed to shout. I just know that I raised my voice. And there was a nurse in that room that they were able... I don't even know if the nurse heard me or the people in the room, the other people in the room heard me and they called out for her. Because next thing I know, she was next to me asking me if I'm alright, and I just said like, I can't breathe. And my chest was so heavy and I could barely speak because it was so hard to breathe. And she had to press the red button. I code read it basically. and all the resuscitation team just came into my room and like started trying to resuscitate me and stuff. They didn't exactly, because they saw that I was breathing. It's just that I was having a hard time breathing, and they had to give me what's the scan where they put like a bunch of sticky stuff on your body to scan your heart rate and stuff, your heartbeat and stuff. So they got all the wires on me to make sure that my vitals are fine and stuff. Echo diagram. Yeah, EKG. Yeah. And is it EKG? It sounds different. EVT. No. Heart scan. CT scan. They have to give me a CT scan. CT scan? Is it? No, not a CT scan. Can't be. Because they said it differently. Yeah, CT scan. Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, yeah, it's different. Yeah, not a CT scan. But anyway, yeah, it's like these sticky stuff that they put on your chest, the side of your rib cage, on your knee. For some reason, they put one on my knee. And then they took my blood sugar levels. They like pricked me on my finger. I'm like, okay, cool, take that too, sure. And they had to stop the chemo. They had to stop the chemo, obviously. They paused it, and I slowly started catching up and stuff. My breath started coming back because they gave the chemo to me too fast and too much. And all they could say to me is that I experienced some shortness of breath. And I'm like, okay, cool. But what they did, of course, they had to continue it, because apparently it's a common thing to happen. Because this is what happens if like if you overdose on something. But what they did, they gave me some steroid to help with preventing something like that to happen. And they kept going with the chemo, but slowly this time, like 10 milligrams an hour. They had to do it very, very slowly, and it took them 24 hours for me to finish that bag, because that bag was humongous. Because the next day they started like giving it to me like in higher doses slowly. I got up to 50 milligrams, and they stopped raising it until it finished. It probably wasn't correct, because that bag was huge, and I've never seen them give me such a big bag in my life ever. Even afterwards, they've never given me a bag that big. Like, not even close. It's like 10 times the amount that they give me, probably more, because that bag was bursting. I don't know if they fucked up the amount, because they didn't tell me. And then they tried to give me an MRI the next day. They tried to give me an MRI while I am basically a block of cheese, a Swiss cheese down there. Because they wanted to give me an MRI to check my small bowel to see if it's all right and healthy. The thing is, to prep for a small bowel MRI, you have to prep for it. Like 40 minutes before the MRI, you have to drink the solution to help clear your bowels, basically. and like make the lining of the small bowel more clearer for the photo. I'm not sure if it was barium because they couldn't like go with it because I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't fit to be doing that, especially because their MRI room doesn't have a toilet, and if they do that, if I do go toilet, they have to change me every time, and I have to take a shower every time because they don't have a bidet. See, if they have a bidet in the hospital, it would be so much easier for me to clean myself. I don't know what bag you're talking about. No, cause like it's the bag. It's basically a bag that where the liquid, my chemo liquid, goes into, and then the tube is there, and it goes in my arm. Basically, goes in my arm. Yeah, that. Yeah, that's the bag. The bag that they gave me that I overdosed on was huge. It was humongous, Bobby. Like the ones that was given to me before that was just this tiny sachet, and the bag was this big, and it was bursting, and the sachet was like almost flat, and there's probably like 100 grams in there. Oop, fuck me. My mom came in. Oh god, I smell it. We're having ribs tonight. Oh my god, I smell it. It's been slow cooking all day, dude. Hello. OMG. Yeah. It was huge. It was humongous. And I've had like how many? I think 6. I've had 6 chemotherapies at this point, and I've never seen a bag that big. Like, it never came back. And every time they say like, oh, you get a bigger dose than last time, and I'm like, the bigger dose last time, and I was like, what do you mean? That bag was huge. And I'm like, what? So that's why I was so scared on my 4th dose. I was so scared for that chemotherapy because they said they were giving me a bigger dose. And I saw the bag, and it was tiny. It was the same as the last time, the last few times. And I'm like, this is the big dose? I was like that. And they were like, yeah, it's this. And I'm like, but you guys said it was gonna be bigger than the last time. And I was like, why? How much did you get? I'm like, I don't know, but it was bigger than that. and then they tried to look into their servers to see how much they gave me last time, and they couldn't find shit. For some reason, they couldn't find anything. If that isn't some cover up, I don't fucking know. But you know what? I don't give a damn. I need that treatment. As long as I don't die, and I keep being healthy, I'm okay with it. I can't complain. It's super sus. It's mega sus. And during my 5th, when I had COVID and I had to get admitted, that was the day that they the specialist surgeon, because after I met him, he started doing my surgeries because he's the specialist. He knows me at that point, and he knows I'm gonna be a regular with him because I got diagnosed, and that's his line of work, and he's the go-to surgeon. And he also happens to be he also happened to also do stoma stuff. And at my 5th admission, he said, you're getting a stoma because you're not healing, and you need this. And you passing while you have all those open wounds down there, it's not helping you heal. And like, Benny, you need this. Because I got quiet when he said, have you thought of the stoma since the last time I told you, which was my second surgery. And on my 5th surgery, when I saw him again, he's like, have you thought any more about that stoma? And I'm like, I got quiet because I hesitated. I couldn't say anything because I'm like, okay, that's a commitment and a half. and he couldn't say anything either because he knew it was too much for me, because it's not his first rodeo. He knows other people who's gone through this process and had to accept this reality, basically. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them cried, because every time I see, because they always kind of mention it, it's like, oh, you're kind of okay with this. I'm like, I was wondering how you meant to heal with using your bowels. Like, how are they meant to use, be used? Yeah. So yeah, after the 5th one, he was like, Benny, if you come back again, I'm gonna give it, you're gonna have to get it. Like, no, actually, he was like, I'm gonna start like booking you for this treatment, and the next time you come back, we're gonna have to give it to you. And he was like, we'll talk to your mom, so give it some time to think about it by yourself, do some research and stuff. And in my mind, I'm not fucking doing that. Like most of the people who goes in the internet to talk about their experiences with shit, it's usually negative. Usually people who goes through like medical stuff and they're doing fine, they're usually quiet. And most of the time, the things that are in the internet that's being advertised are negative shit. And I chose to just hear it from the source, firsthand, and not from some upset Karen who is having a hard time with theirs just because. When clearly like majority of people are having a better time than Karen, But I did know the fundamentals of what's gonna happen with a stoma, but I don't wanted to know the full kind of like unadulterated version from a professional. And thank God I did that. But so far the stoma community, because there is, they're cool. I've spoke with a few of them. There's this one person who always replies to my tweets from a different like account, because I don't want to bombard my VTuber account with stuff like that, because nah. Because that's not, I don't want that to be the focal point about my streams and stuff. But other than today, because I just wanted to talk about it, And the 6th surgery, it didn't happen until before New Year's 2022 New Year's Eve. I think I was there like the day before New Year's Eve. I really held it in just so I can pass Christmas, and I want to spend it with my family, which was probably dumb, but I wanted to have a happy Christmas, And wait a minute, I'm in the wrong layer. Fuck me. There we go, this one. There's one really good lady on YouTube that has a stoma, talks about regular life with it, sex, having a baby, etc. Don't worry, sex and baby is not gonna happen with me. Okay, let me tell you guys now, I'm asexual. It's not happening. Aromantic, asexual. Wee. Hannah Winton. Man, I can't even imagine having a baby with this thing. Damn. That's fine. But that's actually might check that out. Yeah, only making besties in this lifetime. Alright, so on my 6th surgery, it was New Year's Eve, and actually I got out on New Year's Eve. Like, I got a surgery at New Year's Eve. It was I thought I was gonna get out before New Year's. I was supposed to, because like this time around when I went to, because the reason why I went in was because I was having high fevers, like very high fevers. I would wake up from a really high fever in the middle of the like right in the morning, and I thought I was just overheating because it was too hot. It was summer in December, because yeah, southern hemisphere. And So I would remove my blanket and and then the fever would go away, because it was weird, because I had a high temperature, but my head was clear. I was fine. I was like, oh, I'm probably fine. I'm just overheating from the heat of summer. And like, but then when I remove but summer here in New Zealand, in the mornings, it actually gets cold. I'm sure you have seen me be sus AF in streams. Yeah. So I started kind of speculating after the second morning. I got another fever. It's like the same. My head was clear, but my temperature was super high, but it was really cold. I was like, I'm not overheating. This is a fever. And then told my mom, like, we have to go to hospital tomorrow. I'm having fevers in the mornings. I was like, I'm having another infection. She's like, okay. At that point, like, every time I have a fever, it's an infection, because it can't be anything else, because I'm just at home. Like, I'm not stressed, well, other than, like, you know, I'm sick. Like, there was only one way for me to get a fever, which is if I am having another flare up, you know? Very cold at 5 and 6 a.m. Totally super cold. Which is probably my favorite part of the day. So yeah. But this time around, when I woke up the day I was supposed to go hospital, because I'm like, Mom, let's go hospital tomorrow. And when I tried to get up from bed that day, because every time I wait, every day I would get up, wash myself, and change my dressings. That's how my days were. And Bobby knows this. Because Bobby would always stream early in the morning for me, and I'd wake up and I'll just spend time in your stream and trauma dump you. Thank you for not banning me, by the way. I'm sorry. And it was fun though. I really love spending time in your streams. It's the only time I'm telling you that, by the way, so soak it up. And so yeah, that day I got up, told Bobby I can't stay because I'm going back to the hospital. He got sad, I got sad. Everyone said get well soon, see you when they get out. I cried a bit, don't worry. There's moments of my life. Oh yeah. And wait, sometime along that time, I gave you Chubbers McFlubbers. And oh shit, no. So when but yeah, that day when I tried to get up to wash myself, right? I almost collapsed because my knees weak, arms heavy, mom spaghetti. Yeah, my knees were weak. It was like they almost caved. I almost like fell on my knees, which I can't because I have bad knees because I injured my right knee one time, so now I can't kneel. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? Jesus. So I like held on to my walls and tried to like move my knees a bit to get my blood pumping and stuff. I'm like, okay, that's new. And then like just below the middle of my rib cage. So this is your rib cage, right? So that is your rib cage, right? This area here on my stomach, it was sore. It was sore, and it was when I breathed deep, it was like I felt uncomfortable. Bad knee club, yeah! Trying to figure out when we first met in this timeline. Before, because we were in Harmony streams and Taiga streams. I would go in those, and then I would talk in the mana. And duodenum. Yeah. And I was like, okay, that's just different. So when I went to the hospital, they sent me to the emergency room, but I have my own room there still, because I guess they're full in the other room that I usually get sent in. And this time when they took my blood test, by the way, by this point I've had so many needles on my arms that my veins have collapsed basically. So it's much harder to find a vein for me unless you're really good. There's this one phlebotomist lady who is so good at finding veins. Well, like, I love her. Her name's Tina. She's this Asian lady. And she's so cute too. I love how she talks. And I miss Tina. So so yeah, this time around when they took my blood test in during admission, they said you have inflammation. Your inflammation and infection levels are very high. I'm like, huh, that's new. Like, maybe it's because of my my bowels it's inflamed. It's always like that. Okay, cool. So we moved on, and they sent me to surgery the next day because I'm priority at that point. I felt special. I was priority, and I always get sent straight to surgery. And they don't hesitate to, because I'm young. I'm still young, and they trust that my body can handle it. I joined Manor December 22. Probably around that time. Probably around that time, because I've been in Manor since September. When I saw Harmony's character sheet, I'm like, I'm looking respectfully, sir. And it's so sweet that every time I go into their streams, they go like, oh hey Benny, it's been so long, I hope you're doing well. I'm like, I'm trying. And they're awesome. They really are. They're so sweet, especially Harmony. I'm a Hammy stan. So where am I now? Okay, so yeah, I go to surgery. They were like, okay, tomorrow you're gonna go to surgery. I was like, oh, instantly, right in the morning. They were like, yeah. I love how the doctor like reacted to when I said like, really, instantly, because I was like shocked. I was like, isn't there better high priority people? And they were like, dude, you're sick, you're very sick. I'm like, yeah, we're taking you in instantly. I was like, oh okay, cool. And they're like, yeah, you're very sick. I'm like, oh, thank you. So yeah, at that point, when I woke up, I was admitted pretty fast, and by, wait, which one is this? I can't see it properly. Yeah, okay, I see it. I'll just lower everything else. Hold on, give me uno momento. I wanna lower, but I think that's the same layer. That's the thing. Is it this one? I'll just remove that one actually. There we go. Way better. Jesus, I couldn't see my hairs, the hair strands. Kane is my OG. Aw, Kane is sweet. Kane is so cute too. But I'm more of a Hammy stain. Okay, so especially how Hammy like streams when we're awake. At a human time for us. And so yeah, Christmas Eve I woke up for my surgery, and I woke up the day after my surgery. I was expecting to leave, like the doctor there who was looking after me was like, yeah, we'll just get your bloods, check your blood results, and then while we wait for that, I'll process your discharge papers. I'm like, okay, cool. I was ready to be discharged. I texted my mom, was like, oh, I'm getting discharged and stuff. I'm just waiting for bloods and stuff. And then my doctor came back and said like, oh, I'm sorry, Benny, you can't be discharged today because your inflammation levels are still very high, like extremely high. I think it was 190. And I forgot what the normal inflammation count is. So they had to keep me to like keep giving me antibiotics and wait for my inflammation levels to go down. This time around well, one of them was kind of annoying, and the other two were really sweet old ladies. But the one next to me, A, because I was B this time, A, she was loud. Oh my god, she was I had another loud lady. Oh shit, yeah, so yeah, my inflammation was very high, yeah, extremely high. And they're like, oh, we need to lower your inflammation levels before you can leave. And I was in a room with a lady next to me who's very loud, extremely loud. And she was I think she was like, she has her own kind of like housing kind of, it's like a house with different with rooms, and she rents it to people who just, I guess, people who are like in need of a room very fast while they work to get their families here. So for immigrants. And she would always talk about, because I think she was having renovations with the new house that she's owning, and she would talk to this to this guy who works under her, and they would talk about business so much, and she would be so loud, and she'd watch her shows. Like there was one time, it was the middle of the night, it was like 11 p.m. and we were all trying to sleep at that point, or asleep already, and out of nowhere she just plays a video like in full blast, and it woke the lady in front of her, like Lady D. And she was like I just heard her go like, oh crikey. I was like, oh snap, it's about to go down, because I could hear her getting up. I was like, oh. I took off my earplug, because yeah, like at that point I always ask for earplugs. I was like, she's about to go down, and my nosy ass just like take off my earplugs. I was like, yeah, get her lady, get her. And she was I mean, like, luckily I guess, like the lady just went like, it's the middle of the night, turn it down, we're trying to sleep. And then the Asian lady was just like, she was just like, oh, I'm sorry, very sorry. And then she turned it down, and I was like, I have earphones, lady. And and then luckily she learned her lesson at that night. But then again, it was like an honest mistake, because when it played, she was like, oh, she kind of was like, she exclaimed and going like oops, like kind of thing, like oh ooh. She was like that. She was like kind of panicking. And but yeah, yeah, I had to live with another loud lady while I'm having inflammation. So that same night, and New Year's actually, like New Year's hit, I said Happy New Year to everyone, to my family, and said good night. Tried to say good night, but I was feeling uncomfortable for some reason because of inflammation and stuff. And an hour later, at 1 a.m. in the New Year's, 1 hour into the New Year's, I was in a lot of pain. Like the most pain I've ever had, because it wouldn't go away. Because usually if I'm in pain, they'd give me painkillers. At that point, I was prescribed with, yeah. Because when you get hospitalized, you are charted with, you have to be charted medicine for the nurses to give it to you. If it's not charted to you, you can't take it. They have to ask the doctors to chart it for you before they can give it to you. So at that point, I'm always charted tramadol and paracetamol at least. And it's not until like later on they'll give me morphine. But during that time, they instantly already gave me morphine the moment I got admitted the first night. So it was just there, but I wasn't asking for it because for some reason morphine doesn't really hit me right, the same as tramadol and Panadol. So I never asked for it until that night. Because compared to tramadol at that point did not make me knock me out anymore. It doesn't make me sleepy at all. But morphine did. Rubbers are Bobby's fan. Welcome back. How would you address? Bobby. Or tubers. He likes tubers too. And when that night happened, when I was in a lot of pain, it progressively got worse and worse when 1 a.m. struck. Got worse and worse that I had to call my nurse and tell her, like, I'm in a lot of pain. I need something. She tried to give me tramadol. When it didn't work at all, she gave me morphine. The thing about morphine, you can have that after an hour, you can have another one. When that didn't work, she's like, I'll call the doctor and stuff. But she wasn't like kind of alarmed or anything. She was just kind of like, okay. She was just on work mode, but not like she's, I don't know. She wasn't understanding that I was in distress at that point until like she came back to give me more painkillers and I puked. She saw that I puked, and the puke that came out was just water. It was bile. And she was like, oh, it was like she started like patting me in the back because I was like hunched over because it hurt to stand at that point, but it felt better than laying down. And like I was just drinking water like constantly. I kept asking for water because I was dehydrating. And then that's when she like probably called the doctor again because I got worse. And the doctor came, he asked me how I was and stuff. What am I feeling? I was like, my stomach hurts a lot. It won't go away. It's kind of hard to breathe, but it's not the same as when I Hi Scrump, welcome in, Bobby. Can you shout him out, please? Welcome in. I'm just having story time. Yeah. So she couldn't really find anything that she could like rule down, and it was in the middle of the night, and all she could do at that moment was try to alleviate my pain. Thank you for shouting, Matt. And so she gave me basically everything. They had to give me another scan, like a heart scan, to see, just to make sure that my heart is doing well. And they tried to get a blood test from me, but like none of the people that night were really that good at finding veins. So they pricked me, but like couldn't really do anything because they couldn't get a vein. But in my mind, they were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I had to do that. I had to try and stuff." Like it's annoying when you're in, you had to, when I know how annoying it is to get a blood test and you get pricked but nothing. They don't even get anything. I was staring at him like delirious from pain meds, and I'm like, dude, I'm already in a lot of pain. This is nothing. It's fine. Just keep stabbing me. I don't care. Baptists are gods at finding. Yes. Oh my god, dude, they're so good at finding veins. But when you get, like, this is not me boasting about my nationality, but at the moment you walk in there and sit with a Filipino, you know you're in good hands. They're so good at finding veins. It's insane. And like, just caught up on Iceborne. Nice. So they ended up giving me, they tried giving me all the painkillers they can. They gave me oral tablets for morphine, like the 20-gram one too, because usually they would give me the 10, but this time around they gave me the 20. And it was like the first time I've seen it, because it was pink. It was a pink pill. It was usually the blue one. I was like, what is this? I was like, it's morphine. I was like, why is it pink? It's like, oh, it's 20 grams. I was like, milligrams. I was like, oh snap. Or is it grams? I don't know, but it was a pink one. And I was like, oh damn, let's go. They ended up giving me 2 of those in a span of 2 hours, and it didn't do anything. I was still in pain. And when that didn't work, they charted me IV morphine, so it was going straight into my bloodstream now. Not on Iceborne itself, but I finished the main game. Oh, nice. I mean, they have the defender set now, so it's much easier to fight to finish the base game at this point. And so they started giving me the fuck. They started giving me the injection morphine, which is 2 grams, I think, a shot. And they were giving it to me one by one, like 2 grams each. And so that I don't like suddenly get hit by it all at once, you know? Just because it's not working right now doesn't mean it's not working at all. It's just waiting for it to hit you. But dude, every time they shoot me with that, I could feel it on my throat. Like, oh my god, I know that it was strong, but it wasn't working. It took them 8 shots, 16 grams of morphine for something to happen. At this point, it's 5 a.m. I was so tired. I couldn't sleep from the pain, and I just passed out for 30 minutes, and then I woke up because I'm in pain again, and I couldn't sleep until the next day because I went through another, I think all in all I got 20 shots. No wait, 18. 16 shots of morphine. Cause like the nurse in the morning, the nurse in the morning that replaced the night shift nurse was the nurse who gave me the chemo that overdosed me. She's like, You? I was like, oh hey, sup? Sup ate? She's a Filipino, so I was calling her ate, means big sister. And she's like, why is it that every time everything really bad happens to you, it's always me? I was like, I don't know, like. But because of that, she was giving. She gave me a generous amount of morphine at a time. Because the other nurses were giving it to me like 2, but she was like giving it to me like 2 and a bit, you know. And she would give it to me frequently. The moment I press the button for the nurse, she knows that I need her, and she would come in with the bag of morphine. It's just like, need it again? I was like, yep. That was a good time. But yeah, eventually it started lessening the pain, and I asked them for like hot compress, like a heat bag, a heat packet and stuff. I could put it in my tummy, and it helped. I don't know if because it was the heat or it was because the pain is lessening, but it started lessening, and 10 hours later I was better. I was like, it was gone. Like, I think 8 hours in, they started like moving me around because they wanted me to get tests. They wanted to get me a chest x-ray. That was hard because I had to sit up for that, and at that point I haven't sat in 5 months. Like, I haven't sat at all because I can't, because there's too much going on down there. Yeah, heat is soothing. And at that point, like, yeah, when I started getting the heat pack and it started working, I just didn't ask for morphine anymore. I did one more time just for like a last kick, but then after that I didn't ask for it because I didn't need it anymore. So I had to get a chest x-ray so they could see what is giving me inflammation, and or if because I ate something, or like if there's air stuck in my stomach, because it happens. Like, if air gets stuck in your stomach, it hurts like a lot. It's happened to me before, I think, but all they did was like, they gave me, I had to go to the emergency room when it happened, actually, because I didn't know what was going on with me. I thought I was having early signs of like Crohn's. It was before I got diagnosed with it, and it wasn't, it was just air stuck in my stomach. And to be honest, probably at that point I already had it, and I was untreated basically for that long. And when they got the chest x-ray the same afternoon that day, the doctor came back with my results and said, yeah, you had pancreatitis. But yeah, I'm like, wow, cool. So now they were like, just don't eat for the next few days, and you guys hear that? Wow, they're so loud out there. I'm gonna head to bed. I'm gonna appreciate the stream then. Appreciate the stream tonight. Hope you have a good night today. Thank you for popping by, Bobby and modding. Thank you so much. You have a nice rest. Get them sleeps. I know you've been having a hard time with those. Hope it's getting better, by the way. My mom nearly died for pancreatitis. Oh my god. Yeah, I heard how bad pancreatitis can get. Because like, it doesn't always have to hurt, and you don't even realize that you have it until suddenly you're just dead. Apparently that happens. Yeah, I was told like, yeah, you're not allowed to eat it. Do you guys hear that? Like, just a kid shouting outside. And they were like, oh yeah, you had pancreatitis, we need to lessen your inflammation because it's inflamed, very inflamed. That's where the inflammation was coming from. It was pancreatitis. And nope. Okay, cool. And he told me, you're not allowed, don't eat for a few days. So to let the inflammation down, we'll keep giving you some antibiotics. And for now, you're just clear liquid. Like, no, I wasn't even allowed to drink at all, even. So I was in fluids for 2 days. I was there for another 2 days. And yeah. And then when I got discharged this time around, okay, it was under your rib cage. The pain usually, I think, is on the left side under the rib towards the back. Yeah. I felt it on my back as well. Like every time I'd like breathe deep, I would feel it on my back. The pancreatitis was caused because after my 5th surgery, they prescribed me a new medicine to help boost my chemo, to make it like more effective. I forgot what it was called, but it was hard to pronounce. So yeah, and mercaptopurin, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, mercaptopurin. That was what caused my pancreatitis. Because the moment they found out it was that, because when I told them, I was like, is it because of this? Because when I showed my brother that, when I got prescribed that, him and his girlfriend were like, oh, that was prescribed to me actually before, and it gave me pancreatitis. So when they said that it was pancreatitis, it was like, they were like, oh, it's probably this. Because they also gave me an ultrasound to see if I had rocks in my pancreas or something, or anywhere, or my kidneys, because it's like, oh, pancreatitis can be caused from excess drinking and something else that I don't do either, because I don't drink. I almost don't drink. Like even if I do, it's not to get drunk. Like I don't get drunk because I don't like drinking. And I told them, no, I don't drink, and no, I don't do that either. Like, no, it's either because you drink too much or you have rocks in your kidneys, and I have neither, because I don't drink. Because when they took my my ultrasound, they didn't find anything. And then I told them, like, is it because of my mercaptopurin? Because my brother has Crohn's, and he said that he reacted to this and another medicine that's related to this. And they were like, then that's probably it. That's most likely it. So the moment they made me stop drinking the medicine, and yeah, it stopped. Like, I haven't had pancreatitis since then. And I haven't been prescribed any new medication ever since, because I guess the infliximab isn't working. So when I got discharged this time, when I got discharged from hospital this time around, I was just waiting for my my colostomy surgery for my stoma. I got a call from my surgeon, the specialist surgeon. He tells me like, oh, I managed to get you a surgery date. Like either you get to that point of the date, or if you flare up again, then either or you're getting it during that time. Thankfully, I managed to get to the date, and I didn't flare up. But I was in the verge of flaring up though, because I was like I was experiencing more pain, and I was just waiting for the fevers, which I didn't, because I managed to get to the surgery. during the admission for that surgery, I told them like, yeah, I'm starting to discharge even more, and I'm just in the verge of a flare-up. So they said that, okay, we'll just drain you again. We'll just clean you up again this time, as well as your colostomy. So the 7th surgery I had was basically 2. That's why I say that I have like 8 surgeries ever since I went into hiatus. Yeah, man. When I woke up from this surgery, I actually felt way better. At least on my previous surgery wise, because the moment I woke up, I could sit. Like, I didn't feel any pain on my bottom at all. Like almost at all, actually. The only pain I was going through was from my abdominal surgery. Yeah, so now I actually have a stoma now. I've had it since Feb 1. And it took me over a month to actually be comfortable walking, because when I woke up from that surgery, I was just bedridden for like 3 days, because there ain't no way I was gonna be able to get up and walk around. Like, my butt may feel better, but I still can't sit at all. But I could sit up more than I've had before. Cause yeah, there's basically barely any buildup left down there. And like, oh my god, like the first week of me waking up, because I was there for a week healing, because they wanted to make sure that I can take care of myself when I get discharged, and my stoma, because they had to teach me how to change it, basically teach me how to take care of it. And like getting up was so hard the first 3 days. The 4th day it was still hard, but they had to remove the catheter from me. So at that point I need to get up and like use the toilet for number 1s. And they gave me a button for morphine. God, I spent 4 days just sleeping. I spent most of my days sleeping there, and I would only get up for toilet, and the nurses will have to get up and I'd have to call a nurse to help me go toilet, because I have to hold on to my stomach, like my whole stomach, to be able to walk, because it feels like something's gonna fall out and it's so painful. So that they have to help me like pull down my pants, change my dressing if needed, which they do because of post-op stuff. And yeah, they tried, those motherfuckers. The day after I woke up from my surgery, they tried to get me to walk around and stuff, and I'm like, what do you mean? I couldn't even get up. I couldn't even get up from the bed. Like, what do you mean walk? I didn't, by the way, I didn't. Because I couldn't even get up. I couldn't even get up, like, at all. I'm like, my guy. Like, eventually I did had to get up, and they were just happy with me walking around, like, just to go toilet for like a few days, but they wanted me to walk, to actually walk around and like get my body accustomed to the new changes of what happened inside. Because because that's what a colostomy is. They pull your intestine out, so it's poking out of your stomach, your tummy. So they had to make a hole through my abdominal wall, so that had to be reinforced. because it got moved around and my body's like, what the fuck? In my mind when they said like, okay, you need to get up and start walking, and I'm like, you guys saw what you did to me, right? Well, like, what do you mean? But yeah, ever since then I've just been healing from the stoma surgery, because it took me a while to be comfortable to sit, because like, not fully sit, at least like to like support myself, because using my abs was just torture, like, anyway, because like standing up, sitting up, like trying to get up from bed and stuff, it's like that's all your abs, like breathing, even breathing. I couldn't laugh. I couldn't even laugh a full belly laugh for like 2 weeks because it hurts. I sounded like Peter Griffin when I laughed. I was like, eh. That's how I laughed. I got called out for it too. I was like, shut up. I had surgery. Leave me alone. And yeah. Current day. I mean, like, having the stoma was even a dilemma, because I kept getting like, I recently just got better from getting really bad skin reactions from whatever I'm putting on my skin, to be able, because like, you have to avoid getting stuff on your actual skin, like dirty stuff, poo-poo, from getting into your skin, because it's irritants. It irritates your skin. So I have to have all these like seals, wipes to protect my skin, and because of my chemo, my skin is more sensitive to things like sunlight and stuff, or creams, like skin creams and stuff. And I tried putting sunblock the other day and I reacted to that. So whatever, I think it was the skin. Ironically enough, I was reacting to the skin protectant. This wipe that's supposed to protect my skin from dirty stuff, and it was what I was reacting to, and my skin literally turned dry and black, really dark. It was, oh my god, it was horrible. It hurt to like move, like it just hurt being alive. Like the surrounding skin, that's like the shape of the stoma bag's adhesive, that was the size of the irritated skin. So my stoma nurse, when we were trying to like find out what was going on, we thought it was the bags, like one of the bags was making me this way, but it was the wipes. It was definitely the wipes. Because I told her, I was like, I remember like one of the nurses tried to use this on me back when one of the times I got admitted. One of the tapes that they would use for when they try to tape down like where they take blood from me, the paper one, I react to that. So I tried to get them to not give me that paper one, because something in it was making me get an allergic reaction. And a nurse, I tried to call for a nurse to give me, to see if I could get a cream to try and stop the reaction. And one of the nurse helpers came with that wipe to help like protect my skin, but it got worse like instead. So I washed it off and like didn't use it again. So when I got my stoma, that was one of the things that they gave me on my stoma kit. So when they were teaching me how to put on the stoma and stuff, I had to use that wipe before putting the bag on. And yeah, eventually I kept using it even when it was already irritated, and it got worse and worse and worse and worse. And then the time we stopped using it, and I was given like a steroid-based skin cream to help with my skin. Like it stopped. So now I'm way better. I'm used to the bag, and yeah, I'm back to streaming. And here I am. So far, there's no signs of me flaring up again. And next week, this coming, I think, Wednesday, on the 19th. Yeah, on the 19th, I have my next chemo, and I'm nervous about that because they're not giving me my usual steroid shot this time, because they don't want me building tolerance to it. Because that's what happens if you take that drug, like steroids. Like, you eventually get used to it, and the effects will just not work. And they don't want that to happen, and they want that option for if ever something actually bad does happen to me. So yeah, they're giving me apparently a bigger dose, but slowly, so to make sure that I don't react to it. But if I do react to it, I guess peace of mind, I'm at the right place to have such a reaction. The hospital. Yeah, so that's what's been happening with what happened to me. That's like believe it or not, that's the censored version. Oh god. Wait, hold on a minute. I can still smell it. I can still smell the ribs. It smells amazing. I want it. Man, I took too long with this one. With this drawing. That was a long story. Oh my god, it took me 4 hours to tell that story. Oh my god. It's done. Good job staying throughout the whole story, Obsidian. And the lurkers. Yeah. As long as I don't flare up again. No, actually I had to, my boss had to ask me to quit my job actually. Just before, just after I got my colostomy, my stoma, I got a call from work and they said, I need you to quit because we need to find someone to replace you because we're becoming we're understaffed. And they said, like, don't worry, we'll take you back when you're ready. I'm like, okay, cool. I lost my record. I don't know if I'm still gonna have my usual pay if I come back. Cause is that legal? I guess so, cause I've been gone for 6 months. And they don't even pay me anymore. Cause I've run out of work leaves like months ago. And I'm being supported by the government right now. And you know what's the best thing about this whole story? Everything was free. I paid not a single cent throughout the whole journey. Aside from car parking. Parking spot. That's the only thing we paid for. I can't even imagine having to pay for whatever's happening while I was still sick. I would have probably went like, just kill me now. Just do it. There's no way I can pay for any of this. Like, I know one surgery probably costs like over $200,000. That's awesome. I love it. Yeah. Like my supplies, my stoma supplies, it's for free. Like, I don't pay for anything. So and then whilst I'm being supported by the government, because I don't have a job right now and I can't get a job right now because I'm still sick. Like, I'm still healing. I can't even sit for too long. Still. Like, I can, but it hurts. Not comfortable. Much less walking. Like, I'm like so unfit right now. I lost so much muscle. Weight and muscle. From the US, I was shocked at how good the healthcare is here. Oh yeah. Cause like going to the hospital is just literally in and out. If you're a resident slash citizen. Thank God my mom moved us here. Anyway, so now hopefully I stay with no flare-ups. I think another 6 weeks, and my surgeon wants me to get another MRI to see how my fistulas are, and if they're fine, they can remove the rubber bands. Oh yeah, I still have the rubber bands. I still have the rubber bands. It's still there. So yeah, in 7 to 6 weeks, they're gonna see if they can remove the rubber bands and let me heal by themselves. And the stoma is temporary. Once they're confident that I've healed and I'm not going to flare up again, they're gonna remove the stoma. But the thing is, I'm starting to get used to it, and I kind of don't want to go through another surgery and just keep this. TBH. And now that like I'm basically like painless when it comes to the stoma regions, like it's basically just like a normal part of my life at this point. Yeah, it's an option to just keep the stoma. If like the patient decides to just keep it, they keep it. Apparently a lot of people decides to keep their stomas. And because of how my my Crohn's is, they'll probably allow me to keep it. It's just that I want to see if I can also like try and go back to work with a stoma and see how well that will work, because I want to try it, see if it will hold and stuff. By the way, I also found out there's such a thing as a pretty stoma and an ugly stoma. Unfortunately, I have an ugly one. It doesn't even stick out of my tummy. It's just surface level. So I have to have all these seals and stuff and a special shaped stoma bag. Because there's flat ones and there's one that's like a bit like protruding. I got a protruding bag because my stoma is flat. The ones that you guys see online, those are the nice looking ones. Mine is not nice, especially because of the skin rashes that I had to go through. At least it looks way better than the beginning, because in the beginning the stitches kind of ripped, which was normal, but like because of that, the side of my stoma was basically an open wound. And this is getting harder to color with the line with. There we go. That was a long story. Yeah, hopefully I'll be back to work by this year. Because apparently there's a lot of changes going on with my work, with the store. Apparently the owner is changing, and my manager might leave or something. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. They removed me from the group chat. Like, I was already weirded out by stomas before I got it, but like, because they gave me pamphlets and stuff, and I was like looking at the lady with the stoma in the pamphlet, and I was like weirded out already. And little did I know, those were the nice looking ones. And I got mine, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe there's supermodel stomas out there. That's a thing. Of course, everything has to be difficult with me. Of course, I have to be difficult. Nothing's ever easy. I still can't believe I went through that. Like, most of the time, I don't even... I said all that without processing what I just said. Because I choose to disassociate it. Because it's just too real. And I don't want to process it. Way too intense. Ooh, my phone vibrated. I'm up there. Probably easier to cope with issues. Yeah, that's literally what I've been doing this whole time. I disassociate about it. But sometimes it does. I do end up like just having that moment that, like, Jesus fucking Christ, that happened. I broke down in front of my mom one night. And I'm like, sorry I did that. I try not to think about it because this is just too much. But she understood. Shout out to my mom for being a true MVP. She would always go out of her way, if she can, if she's not too tired from work, she'd drive to the hospital to visit me, like once a day. And there are days that she really can't, and I'm like, it's okay, like, you're working, at the same time you're trying to look after me. I'm in good hands, it's fine. Yeah, we didn't have a great relationship before this because she gets stressed out at work and I get stressed out at work. Not really stressed, but I get home and I'm tired and no one goes out of their way to, like, at least make food or something, or they forget, or they buy something from outside and forget about me. And, like, I get so upset. Definitely changed how I am with my mom. I remember I would, like, complain to my friends about my mom, and, like, because yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great before, definitely. But now that I am also, like, health-wise compromised forever, she treats me way delicately than everyone else now. Just like my brother. I'm not saying that, like, I like it better this way, but I just don't like the fact that it had to be this way. Like, I'm glad she was there. I kept talking about, like, moving out and stuff before, and now I don't think I can. I don't think I can survive moving out by myself right now. Moving out with my friends right now. Not when I'm like not stable. I'm much more stable, but it's uncertain. So yeah. Yeah. Now I'm just trying to move on, trying to get on with my life again. My mom's always been a great mom. She just gets stressed out. And we have communication issues in this family. We get angry at each other, and then the next day we're making each other breakfast as a silent apology. We're a house of silent apologists. It's like we act mad, but like we're making them breakfast as an apology, and without actually saying the word apologizing. Without actually apologizing, we just do it with acting. We do it through action. The good thing we're all like that, and none of us are like, well, my mom is a word of affirmation kind of lady, but she learned how to like speak our language of actions speak louder than words. Oh my god, her, too much her, but I love drawing her. It's good to have a family that has good communication, whether it be words or actions. Because none of us are mind readers. But sadly enough, none of us talk. At least I can get away with like just being in my room now. And hopefully I maintain my weight, because I have gained weight again. But at least I don't look like I'm dying. Because I got really pale. Dark circles under my eyes. One time during my my admission, so every time you get admitted, you get put this paper wristband thingy. Looks like a concert wristband thing with your details on it, and where your room is, and what your ward is, your name, address, and your doctor. And I got admitted because my wrist size was different, and when I got to the when I was about to get discharged, that wristband, I could pull it off my hand because I lost that much weight in the 4 days that 4 to 5 days I was in the hospital. I lost that much weight. And I was like to my nurse, hey, look at this. And I did it, and she was like, oh my god. I showed my mom, and she's like, oh no. Like my brother's girlfriend, she's like much smaller than than us, because we're pretty tall, and she's very short. So when one day they came over, and she went up to hug me. She managed to hold her hands when she hugged me, because before she couldn't do that, and she was like and I was like and I'm like, oh my gosh. And she called up to my brother and she's like, oh my gosh, hug her. And then he was like, oh god, Jesus. It's like, you better keep this weight, girl. Like like, I mean, I'll try. Oh my god. Alright, you know what, I think this is enough. I'll probably have to come back to this drawing later, maybe, I don't know. I really want, I'm really hungry. I want those ribs while it's still warm. Hold on. Oh my god. Congrats to you guys who managed to stay this long with me. Oh my god. Okay, I have to remember to make sure that what's it called? I put the description of this soundtrack here. I wasn't here the entire time. That's fine. I think you were here for quite a considerable amount of it, so it's fine. Thank you guys for staying this long. Claps to you guys. You guys are one of the few who knows what happened to me. Thank you for being here. I don't know when let's be honest, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. Maybe sharing your story. It's cool. It's cool. I just wanted to get that out of my chest, and to have this video, this VOD. If ever like people wanted to know, it's like, just watch that one. I basically talk about it for like 4 hours, 4.5 hours. All right. Ooh, Emmy. Mbosha. He's streaming Breath of the Wild. It's going later. She's probably here. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if she keeps other people's live streams while she streams. She probably doesn't. She can't. She doesn't know how to separate audio. She's not here. Let's be honest. Alright. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow with Monster Hunter, or probably Tokiden. Maybe. Or maybe take a whatever, maybe. We'll see. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. I'll enjoy the ribs. I'll take a picture. I'll put it on Twitter if you guys want to see it. Right, nighty nights, guys. Have a good night, day, afternoon, and thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Bye bye.